Introductions by members. Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Somewhere in the House, I haven't been able to locate him yet, but maybe in the back is my Uncle Paul, who is visiting. Oh, there he is, right in front of me. Clearly my eyes aren't working. He is visiting the precinct, not for the first time, but the first time that it is operating. He's been here for my swearing in, but I told him you haven't experienced a question period yet, so you got to come down. He is an outstanding family member, works for BC Ferries, I think going on almost 30 years, has the best sign guy a candidate could ask for. Every campaign, he'll take time off and spend all day long putting up signs well into evening. He did that when I first started off as a school trustee, and it's continued on as an MLA. Think so highly of him. We are both Canucks fans, and that's really tough. But anyone who was watching the Canucks game last night knows that the first period didn't go very well. 6-2 win over the Lightning, so both of us were very happy when we were watching that. But the House, please join me in making Paul Parmar feel very welcome.
Member for Prince George, North Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions. The first one is to introduce a group that's actually not present, but they're watching us online. And that is the class of Mr. Neil Walsh and Education Assistant Katie Bowles at St. Anne's Catholic School in Quesnel. They are studying politics and government, and I had the pleasure of speaking with their class last week and introducing them to the process of making a bill by dividing them into three parties: the bicycle party, the truck party, and the car party. They had a great time with it. It was a good, lively exercise, and I wanted to introduce them and welcome them to viewing us online and watching our procedures. The second, so if you could make them very welcome. And my second introduction, Mr. Speaker, is to the Invasive Species Council of British Columbia, who are in the precinct today to discuss the concerns they have with introduced species, whether they be flora or fauna. And I welcome them to the precinct, and I hope that they have a very fruitful and useful trip here, meeting with both opposition and government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Reconciliation and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, members joined us earlier today to mark Louis Riel Day, which was yesterday, but here in the House we marked it today with Métis Nation BC. Thank you to all members who joined us in the Hall of Honour. I want to welcome, and no strangers to many of us here, Acting President of Métis Nation BC, Melanie Allard, and of course Métis Nation BC leadership as well, who's joined her. Of course, Patrick Harriott, Susie Hooper, Deborah Fisher, Colette Trudeau, Mark Riddell, Jeremy Twigg, Cameron Bajwa, Arsalan Anwar, and there were many others, including one of the cutest babies I've seen, aside from my own a few years ago. Anyways, no, it's wonderful to see you all. Thank you for joining us here in the House to honour Riel and Métis culture. Merci.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce my constituency assistant, Nicholas Hampson, who joins us in the gallery today. Nicholas is a third-year communications student at Thompson Rivers University in Kamloops, specializing in public relations. In addition to serving the people of Kamloops North Thompson in my constituency office, he's worked on campaigns for both British Columbia and the United States, with a particular passion for engaging young people in our democratic process. I ask the House to please join me in welcoming Nicholas to our chamber.
Minister of Mines.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And history was made today. Surrey-based radio program, Swift radio program, team came specially to the legislature today and for a live broadcast from here to the people of this province, and they were here from I think 7 a.m. and until 1 p.m. And I know many members from both sides got the opportunity to speak to them. We have with us, Mr. Speaker, a good friend, Dr. Ramana Singh, Dr. Jasveer Rabana, and he's a good friend, and he's also a very well-known, respected radio host. And he has always been very fair and very neutral and very objective in his approach to the talk show, so I want to say thanks to him. We also have, I don't think the next individual needs any introduction, Jenny Sims with us, former MLA, and Minister here. She's also there. She's now the host at Radio Swift in Surrey, and I want to wish her good luck for that. And they are joined by their team, and they are Jashan Garewal, Maninder Garewal, and Supinder Garewal. And I want to say thanks to them and Kurant Tesi and the partners to send the radio program here. So I want the House to please make them feel welcome.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to echo the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation in welcoming the delegation from Métis Nation BC here. A big special shout out to my friend, Region 4 Director from the Kootenays, Deborah Fisher, who's a fierce advocate of children and education back home in the East Kootenays. So welcome all of you, especially Ms. Fisher. Thank you.
Minister of State for Local Government.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Today, I have 17 folks from the Youth Climate Corps joining us here. And after question period, we are going to be meeting with the Premier. And the Youth Climate Corps started out in my riding. And because of the support of the Premier and our government, it's now expanding. It's expanding across British Columbia. And we are really hoping that it is going to expand across Canada. So I would like to introduce them. We've got Natalie Jiram, Herminder Singh Cayley, Donna Hall, Daly Lawley, Katie Addison, Abby Piazza, Tracy Maynard, Tracy Mitchell, Owen Cornell, Mikasa Quaife, Keenan Miles, Mo Garg, Jesse Seifert, Bobby Davidson, Michaela Phillips, Aida Goma Petit, and my very dear friend, Ben Simoni, the Executive Director. Please will this House make them feel very welcome. Everyone stand.
Member for Surrey Serpentine River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to echo a welcome for radio host Ginny Sims and Dr. Jasmine Ramona from Surrey and Swift 1200 Radio, as well as their team, Jasmpreet Grewal, Supinder Kata, and Maninder Grewal. They've done introductions, interviews this afternoon and this morning from both sides of the House, and they're very popular radio hosts in my city of Surrey. Thank you.
Member for Warren and Lumbee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Before I do my introduction, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to Radio Swift team, their incredible team. And I'm also honoured today to welcome very special and inspiring guests in the gallery. Taha Prize for Punjabi Literature winners. Taha Prize celebrates Punjabi language. This prize was created to call greater attention to the wealth of literary work produced in Punjabi around the world. Mr. Speaker, we all know we live in one of the most diverse provinces, and our mother tongues and language is our identity, big part of our identity, and defines us who we are. Once we lose our mother tongue or language, our identity can be jeopardized. So this group is doing amazing work to just do that, to strengthen the Punjabi literature. So the guests are here today. I want to welcome today Mudassar Bashir, Balbir Parwana, Bhagwant Rasulpuri, Harinder Taha, and Barch Taha, Joyce Atifan, Kuljinder Shokar, Gurthek Shokar, and Wanda Deklava, Rai Ajit Ullah Khan, as well as Ajit Thandi and Manjeet Thandi. Would the House please join me to welcome this amazing group of people who are spreading knowledge over ignorance and sharing hope over despair. Ji Ayanu, welcome.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was honoured this morning to have the BC Youth Council come in and interview me, and I met several of them before at one of the UN symposiums in Vancouver. The caliber of their questions and the professionalism that they displayed really stand in good stead. I think they will be amazing future politicians and amazing future educators, whichever they decide to do in the future. But if you give them a warm welcome, the BC Youth Council. Thank you so much.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome back to this place Amelia Hill, who's, I can't see her right now, but she's somewhere over here. She used to work in my office, Mr. Speaker, before she left for another position, and I just want to say we miss her. We miss her spirit, her energy, and all her passion, and always wish her the best and welcome her back here.
Member for Richmond Queensborough.
I'd also like to welcome a friend, community leader, Barj Daha, who's done exceptional work for promoting Punjabi literature. So can the House please welcome him again? Thank you.
Minister of Water and Land.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So many amazing people in the stands today. I just want to give a shout out similar to the member opposite to the Invasive Species Council of BC. I met with them this morning and they were fantastic. Their local grassroots campaigns like Squeal on Pigs does some really tremendous work. So I'm really happy with all of them. And a big shout out to my constituency advisor from Seashell. Lori Paul is here today and her sister Lisa. So thank you so much for coming and thank you for the work that you do. Thanks.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome to the House Susan Sanderson, who is the Executive Director of the Realistic Success Recovery Society and been a long-time advocate for mental health and addictions in our communities. And even more so, she's been a very staunch advocate on our own EDA in my riding. I think she's been a member of our party since before I was born. And I really thank you for all the work that you do in our community and welcome you to the House today.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome three constituents of mine from Tawasin, very well-known design company, Sarah Gallup Design, and Sarah is here with their husband Rob and their daughter Maddie, and she's a student at South Point Academy in Tawasin, and they got to meet the Speaker today and the Leader of the Opposition, and so happy to have them over here. And I had to pay for their lunch. So anyways, please welcome Rob, Sarah, and their daughter, Maddie.
Member for Vancouver Strathcona.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to wish on this special day, my husband, Dr. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, and my younger brother, Georgie Carter, a happy birthday.
Member for North Vancouver Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to acknowledge a group of us met with Arthritis Research Canada at lunchtime today. I just want to acknowledge their very people-centered work. The research they do, the knowledge they share, everything that they do is completely focused on people, and for that I am suitably grateful. I just want to acknowledge the folks that we listened to today. Alison Holmes, who is a physiotherapist, Dr. Linda Lee, who is the senior scientist, and Dr. Diane Lacal, who is the scientific director, and also a constituency in my riding. So I am so grateful to have such remarkable people doing such remarkable work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could all give them a...
Member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to take this opportunity to wish my oldest son, Gordon, a happy 45th birthday.
Member for Surrey City Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to take a second to welcome a couple of people. I'd like to welcome some longtime friends and dear advocates of the community, Cameron Bajwa and Arsalan Anwar. I know we've known each other for a very long time. And I want to thank them for letting me know that they were here today because I could hear Cameron's laughter from the front legislature steps while I was in my office. So thank you for that. I also want to welcome a dear friend, Amelia Hill, who's up in the gallery. She's a community builder. She's a former colleague and a friend, and she is a reminder to me about how love and compassion has no bounds and no limits. So would the House join me in making them feel very welcome?
Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have a special guest with me today in the precinct. I do apologize for her being late for question period, but I think that you will not be surprised to know that former MLA Jennifer Rice is joining us here today. I apologize for her tardiness, but she does assure me she will be here today. And I also just wanted to give a shout out to my colleague and wish him a happy belated birthday.
Member for Nanaimo Lansdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome Greg Brown, Don Hedgelson, Dwayne Seibel from Seawolves Men's Cancer Pact. This is a group of individuals who are focused on, they're standing up over there just in case you want to know, but a Vancouver Island-based nonprofit supporting men with cancer. They've gone out to bring these cancer packs to individuals. They're advocating for funding, and I hope that the entire House will help us make them feel extremely welcome. Thank you.
Member for Kootenay-Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's always a thrill for me to introduce somebody from my riding because it happens so rarely that they travel this far. And I'm honored to introduce Dr. Marcia Brondy up in the gallery. She's a longtime Slocan Valley resident and volunteer with our riding association. And across the aisle, I think we all agree that we stand on the shoulders of our volunteers, and she's a wonderful, strong woman leader. Please join me in welcoming Marcia today.
Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I see that a good friend, Sanjeev Ahluwalia, is in the House, hanging out with the Radio Swift team. He's a new author of a book, Reflections of a Nomadic Mind. I encourage folks to check it out. I think there's a copy in the Legislature as well. With the House, please join me in making me feel very welcome.
Minister of Mines.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also would like to welcome our dear friend Nirmal Mehrok and his wife Tajinder Mehrok. Nirmal has served as the president of Surrey Fleet Riding for as a president for 15 years, and he and his wife has been active, selflessly active in the riding to serve the community, participating in programs, organizing programs, advocating for the local issues for 30 years. So they were here to attend the convention, Mr. Speaker, and they're here today to watch the question period. So I would like to ask everybody to please make them feel welcome.
Member for Burnaby East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have so many friends up in the gallery today, but I wanted to just take a moment and shout out Harminder Singh Kaili, who is the Secretary-Treasurer of the BC Federation of Labour, and it was just his 50th birthday. So if everyone would just join me in welcoming him and celebrating his birthday.
Member for Langley Abbotsford.
Honourable Speaker, I just want to wish my mom once again a happy birthday. It was her birthday on Saturday, and getting together with family, seeing her around the grandkids, all her sacrifice, hard work. Without that, I would not be here in this house today, so I just want to wish her a happy birthday again, and I love you, Mom. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to recognize the important contributions of the Marpole Museum and Historical Society located in the historic Colborne House in my constituency of Vancouver-Langara. For more than 5 decades, the Society has helped preserve and share the many layers of Marpole's history, from the deep and enduring presence of the Musqueam people to the stories of early settlers, tradespeople, and families who shaped the neighborhood we know today. Their work ensures that Marpole's past is not only remembered, but understood as part of our collective story. During my visits to the museum, I have been truly inspired by the dedication of its volunteers, their efforts, restoring exhibits, maintaining the heritage home, curating artifacts, and engaging visitors, reflect remarkable commitment and care. Colborne House, lovingly maintained, offers a rare and tangible window into Marpole's early 20th century life and reminds us of how far our city has come. Recently, I had the pleasure of attending the Society's annual Christmas market. The event was filled with creativity, warmth, and community spirit, neighbors gathering, local artisans showcasing their work, and volunteers welcoming everyone with open hearts. It was a beautiful example of how community heritage is kept alive not only through artifacts, but through connections. I would like everybody to check out this remarkable place at the corner of Southwest Marine Drive and 71st Avenue and experience a piece of Marpole's amazing living history. Thank you so much.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge and honor the incredible work of Wilma's Transition Society. This is an organization that supported women and children in the Fraser Valley for nearly 40 years. Wilma's is founded on simple but powerful beliefs. All women deserve safe, dignified opportunities to build a prosperous life. Nearly 4 decades later, that belief continues to guide everything that they do. From emergency shelter to longer-term supportive housing, Wilma's provides a continuum of care that meets women where they're at and walks with them as they move toward healing and stability. Their programs are trauma-informed, culturally grounded, and deeply rooted in and with community support. Last week, I had the honor of touring their newest development, Pesca Lalem, a Stage 3 housing building built exclusively for women and their children to continue to thrive and remain connected to important supports. I was guided by the Executive Director, Tammy, whose leadership and dedication have helped expand essential services for these women and their families. This represents more than housing in our community. It's a place of cultural connection and empowerment. It reflects Wilma's ongoing commitment to providing culturally informed supports, honoring women's existing strength, and building permanent pathways to long-term success. Through the dedication of service and decades of existence in our community, they've helped countless women and children escape violence, overcome homelessness, and rebuild their lives with courage and hope. Their impact is felt across generations. In a time when legal organizations like Rise Women's is calling for more secure housing options for women who are trying to flee domestic violence, we really need places like Wilma's and their continued work to be supported by all members of this House. So I just want to thank Wilma's Transition Society today, and I look forward to continuing and supporting their vital work in our community. Thank you.
Member for Surrey Guildford.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I recognize that we are gathered today on the territory of the Lekwungen people, known today as the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. Yesterday, on November 16th, people across British Columbia and Canada gathered to recognize Louis Riel Day, marking the anniversary of his death in 1885. This year, the 140th anniversary of his death, reminds us that his story remains central to our shared history. Louis Riel was a tireless advocate for the Métis Nation and one of Canada's most significant historical leaders. He is remembered as the founder of Manitoba, a defender of rights, and a Canadian hero whose vision continues to shape our country. I acknowledge the Métis Nation British Columbia delegation who are with us here today, led by Acting President Melanie Allard. Your presence is a powerful reminder of the living legacy of Riel's work and the strength of the Métis people in this province. Recognizing Louis Riel is part of our ongoing path with Métis people in this province toward meaningful reconciliation. It's a time to reflect on historic and present-day injustices faced by Métis and all Indigenous peoples, and to honor the nearly 98,000 Métis people in BC who contribute to the vitality of our communities. We also recognize the incredible organizations that support Métis people across the province, including Métis Nation BC, Métis Community Services, Society of BC, Métis Commission for Children and Families of BC, and the British Columbia Association of Aboriginal Friendship Centres. Their dedication and community service are invaluable as we continue moving forward together. Louis Riel Day is not only a solemn tribute, but also a celebration of Métis culture, resilience, and identity. His courage and legacy calls on us all to learn, reflect, and stand alongside Métis people in advancing reconciliation. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Prince George, North Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise today to remember my friend Mary Schustrom, Caribou Regional Director for Area A and former Mayor of Quesnel. Mary was a tireless advocate for the North, someone with tremendous empathy and institutional memory, having been in public service in the Quesnel area for decades. Her recent roles included Caribou Regional District Director for Red Bluff, South Quesnel, Caribou Chilcotin Hospital District Vice Chair, as well as sitting on the Finance, Policy, Emergency Preparedness, Solid Waste Management, Fraser Basin Council, and NDIT Regional Advisory Committees. First elected in 1999, Mary would go on to serve 15 years on Quesnel City Council, including 6 years as mayor. She also served as director and president of the North Central Local Government Association and the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, and she was a life member of both organizations. Community volunteer work included the Palliative Care Association, Quesnel Sunrise Rotary, BC Winter Games, Relay for Life, and the Quesnel Community Foundation. A memorable contribution Mary made was championing the Quesnel Community in Bloom team to highlight the beauty of the city of Quesnel. I first met Mary when we both served on the Board of Governors at the College of New Caledonia. We became strong colleagues and friends. It was an honor to work with her in various capacities, but most of all, over the past year in my role as MLA. My office and I were in frequent contact with Mary as we worked through the various issues facing our constituents. Mary's contributions to our community, province, and country are profound, and her death is a great loss for us all. We thank you, Mary. My condolences, Butch. Mary will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver-Kensington.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to share a story about grief, healing, and hope. Mayo Landicho, a celebrated multimedia artist, was one of the performers who graced the stage at the Lapu Lapu Day Festival in Vancouver on April 26, 2025. Little did Mayo know that that day would end in immense grief. His goddaughter, Jendel Siko, a talented young woman, was killed in the horrific tragedy. After her funeral, Mayo gathered her family and close friends at his tattoo studio on Main Street. He closed the shop for the day and transformed the space for a private memorial. As Jendel's favorite songs filled the studio, Mayo tattooed members of her family, etching on their bodies the memory of her beautiful soul. It was Mayo's tribute to his goddaughter and a therapy. Honoring his goddaughter through his art was his own way of beginning the journey to healing. This story was originally told in the new edition of the online-only publication, CanadianFilipino.net. It's part of the all-volunteer journal's ongoing storytelling series called Healing Through Kapwa. The series seeks to tell stories of healing and resilience and build solidarity within and outside the Filipino community. The series is a demonstration of CanadianFilipino.net's continuing work to reflect the voices and aspirations of Filipinos in British Columbia and across Canada. The online-only publication started in 2016 and is managed by the Maple Bamboo Network Society. The board of Maple Bamboo Network Society includes, among others, Ray Pagtakan, who was the first Filipino to be elected as Member of Parliament in Canada, Eleanor Lekian, an author and advocate of immigrant rights, and Emmy Bukat, a professional in the fields of communication, marketing, and events management. Mr. Speaker, let us recognize the work being done by CanadianFilipino.net for their continuing contributions to journalism and for promoting dialogue and understanding. Thank you.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to recognize the outstanding achievements celebrated at the 40th Annual Business Excellence Awards hosted by Prince George Chamber of Commerce on November 1st. This milestone event once again highlighted the strength, innovation, and resilience of small and medium-sized businesses in our region. SMEs continue to be the backbone of our economy, representing more than 98% of all Canadian businesses and employing 70% of our workforce. In Prince George, their role is even more profound. These businesses are run by our neighbours, our friends, and our families. They create opportunities, drive local innovation, and help shape the character of our community. The award ceremony showcased just how dedicated our local entrepreneurs are across every sector, from food and beverage to technological innovation, entertainment, philanthropy, and more. Each nominee and recipient demonstrated the kind of leadership that keeps Northern British Columbia moving forward. I want to offer special acknowledgement to the Prince George citizen, honoured with the Lifetime Achievement Award. The citizen has served as a pillar of local journalism, documenting our history, amplifying community voices, and ensuring that the stories of Prince George are told with accuracy, integrity, and care. This recognition reflects the profound and enduring impact the citizen has had on our region. As we celebrate these accomplishments, we must also recognize that small and medium businesses continue to face significant challenges. Yet they consistently show up for our communities. It is vital that we continue to champion and support their work in every way we can, by reducing barriers and ensuring access to the tools they need to help create an environment where small and medium businesses can continue to thrive, not just in Prince George, but across British Columbia. The Business Excellence Awards remind us that when we invest in our local business, we invest in the prosperity and future of our entire community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier tells British Columbians he wants to protect homeowners, yet somehow private property rights in the Cowichan case were not argued by BC. He says the appeal is only about, and I quote, clarity, end quote. Here's some clarity that the Premier could provide the people of British Columbia. Cabinet, no doubt, has received legal advice, likely warning his government to defend private property rights in court. Will the Premier waive Cabinet confidentiality and make public any legal opinions he or his Cabinet received regarding private property rights in the Cowichan case? Yes or no?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to confess it's a strange request, given that all of our legal documents and our arguments are on the public record and filed for everybody about the arguments we made in that case. I just want to assure the public, as I do every time I stand up here and speak about this, is that we're taking this very seriously, including the protection of private property owners. We have a team of lawyers that are on top of it and working not only with the Cowichan, but also with the landowners themselves, directly engaging with them so we can understand the impacts and where the province needs to step in. And we're also actively engaging in our appeal and a stay application on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I find it interesting considering the legal advice that goes to Cabinet comes from her ministry and she isn't even aware of it. I think that is very telling in terms of what legal advice that their Cabinet may or may not have received in terms of the Cowichan case. However, the Premier tells Indigenous leaders this appeal, and I quote, isn't really about Cowichan, end quote. While he tells homeowners their rights, quote, that they should rightly be worried, end quote. Just like private property and Aboriginal title can't coexist, does he really believe that both of these other statements he made is true? So if the Premier truly believes in transparency, will he come clean with the taxpayers and publicly declare exactly why he decided to leave the protection of private property rights up to Richmond and Richmond alone, as per what the judge has said in her findings?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I've said this over and over again, and we've said this publicly, and it's in all of our legal steps that it was very important to us that we uphold the private property rights of landowners as we work through the difficult issues of reconciliation with our First Nations governments, and we've been doing that. Mr. Speaker, I invite the member to take a look at our arguments that were in at the Supreme Court of BC, and what we were pursuing on appeal and the work that we're doing. And also just, again, to the when he was in cabinet in 2015 and issued the first response to civil claim in this matter, and the arguments that we made are very similar to ones at that stage. Thank you.
Member for Prince George North Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In late 2023, Sperling Hansen Associates conducted an environmental assessment of the Cowichan River toxic waste pile and estimated at nearly 300,000 cubic meters. There is no way, Mr. Speaker, that this report didn't end up on the previous Minister, George Heyman's desk. Can the Environment Minister please confirm whether or not her ministry received this report?
Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We've heard people's concerns about this site, and we are listening. That's why we issued a pollution prevention order on October 2nd, 2025, with the awareness of the Cowichan tribes. We take this matter very seriously, and we will be verifying compliance with the pollution prevention order at the site. We believe in working together with the Cowichan tribes in working on the pollution abatement order and the pollution orders that we issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member has supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 300,000 cubic meters is an awful lot of waste. There is no way that this government was not aware of that. Can you please tell me, Mr. Speaker, through to the Minister, when did this government know about this waste and why was it not acted on sooner? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you again to the member for your questions. And I have to disagree. We have a variety of tools that we use in the Ministry of Environment to use these tools to protect the environment and look at illegal waste dumps. The responsibility of the cleanup rests with the polluter. And the province, our role here is to ensure that those cleanups are done. And we will continue to do this work, Mr. Speaker, with the Cowichan tribes and with all of our community members.
House Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous women make up 4% of the population, yet 49%, or roughly 1 in 2 women in provincial custody, are Indigenous. Public Safety Canada tells us it costs over $250,000 per year to incarcerate an Indigenous woman and almost $150,000 to incarcerate an Indigenous man. Imagine what redirecting even a fraction of those funds could do if invested instead in vocational training, education, food security, and stable housing. This government committed to implementing the BC First Nations Justice Strategy in 2020, and it is intended to lead to better outcomes in the justice system for Indigenous people. So, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Attorney General, when will this government fully implement the BC First Nations Justice Strategy and protect Indigenous people from unjust incarceration and police aggression?
Attorney General.
I just want to thank the member for the question. It allows me to talk about some very important work that we're doing with the First Nations Justice Council. In a short amount of time, we were able to open up 15 Indigenous Justice Centres across the province, 15. And those centres are made up of really strong Indigenous leaders and legal counsel that are there to represent Indigenous people that are facing charges in the criminal justice system in order to help them with, I think, what the member is raising. A very important concern and commitment we have is to mitigate against the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in our justice system and the systemic racism that exists when they face the criminal justice system. And they are doing incredible work. My hands go out to all of those people on the front lines in the Indigenous Justice Centres that every day are working through files with Indigenous people and Indigenous women with results, Mr. Speaker. We have just launched a Prince George Diversion Centre that's there to help young people with their first offense, that's a minor offense, and connect them with their culture so we can change their lives in partnership with Indigenous communities. I'm really proud of that work, and I know it takes a lot of effort, and my hands go up to the First Nations Justice Council for helping partner with us on that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, clearly, as the Attorney General mentioned, the government may say it's committed to safeguarding Indigenous people from an unjust system, yet we continue to see the province promote policing practices that further this violence. For example, the RCMP's controversial and heavily criticized Critical Response Unit will be enforcing this government's new fast-tracked resource and infrastructure projects. This unit is being deployed despite the RCMP's own investigation into its abuse of force and authority, both in Fairy Creek and in Wet'suwet'en territory. The RCMP have admitted that this unit overstepped its authority, Mr. Speaker, yet still this government sees its deployment fit. So, to the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General, why is this government authorizing the deployment of the CRU, and how does this government plan on deploying this unit against First Nations oppositions to projects such as Silesem's?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
I'd like to thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question, which speaks to, I think, shared concerns that we have around the not only the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the justice system, but about ensuring that law enforcement does their work in a culturally informed and safe way for vulnerable communities, particularly First Nations. This is why our ministry works in partnership with the Ministry of the Attorney General on the Indigenous Justice Strategy and on closely working with police, including the RCMP. My ministry meets with representatives of First Nations communities on a regular basis, including most recently at the First Nations leadership gatherings, to hear directly about concerns, about any concerns about the RCMP, so that in the work of superintendents, my ministry can work with law enforcement very directly to ensure that communities, Indigenous communities, are safe.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 4 years, the Kamloops Indian Band has been pretending to have found the remains of 215 murdered children, perpetuating the worst lie in Canadian history. And instead of defending British Columbians from this baseless allegation of mass murder, the Premier, who I see is not here today, lashes out at anyone.
Member, we don't identify members who are here or not.
Retracted, Mr. Speaker. The Premier lashes out at anyone who dares to question the claim. Now, Mr. Speaker, the very same band is advancing an Aboriginal title claim over the entire city of Kamloops, a land grab that threatens the private homes of 100,000 private residents. I condemn this band's outrageous and opportunistic claim, and I pledge my full support to the innocent and hardworking people of Kamloops. My question to the Premier is this: whose side is he on? The homeowners of BC or the tribes seizing title to their properties?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I find myself often at a loss for words when this member raises what is a very painful and shameful line of denialism for a residential school on behalf of survivors in this House. I want to condemn that.
Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, we stand on the side of survivors that are searching for the truth and searching for us to stand with them in pursuit of that truth, and we will continue to do that every day. And Mr. Speaker, I don't even know how to answer the rest of that question. Maybe I'll leave it at this. The history of this province and the work that we have to do on reconciliation is rooted in us coming to the table and sitting down with our First Nations partners to resolve the historic wrongs of the past and build a future for everybody in this province that lifts everybody up. And we're committed to that work and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Leader of the Official Opposition Supplemental.
Speaker, it is obvious that this government won't defend the private homes of British Columbians. It's obvious. From the very arguments that were made in the Cowichan case, where the best and strongest argument was pulled deliberately by the former then AG, neither will our courts defend the private properties of British Columbians. The disaster in Richmond was the inevitable result of nearly 50 years of court rulings that expanded Aboriginal title. Why would they stop now? Just like our Premier, they believe that it was an unforgivable sin for our founders to assume control over these lands and create a fee-simple title system. Just like our Premier, they plan to give away citizens' money, land, and power to tribal chiefs forever to pay for that sin. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier is this. Will he agree that Aboriginal title is an insult to our founders and an existential threat to BC and its economy, which must be removed from Canada's Constitution?
Attorney General.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I've answered this question already. Thanks.
Member for Kelowna Centre.
This weekend, delegates to the BC NDP convention voted to completely repeal this government's changes to the Name Act. When defending his own bill, the Minister of Energy said, quote, allowing dangerous offenders to hide their identity through a legal name change is extremely troubling to victims and their family and can result in safety concerns for members of the public. Yet nobody in the NDP caucus defended their bill. Why didn't the Premier stand up at the BC NDP convention and defend legislation that keeps British Columbians safe?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I'm happy to let the member know that the Premier's made it clear that if there's unintended consequences to the piece of legislation that the member is raising about, we will address those. But one thing is absolutely clear, Honourable Speaker. We will not allow those who commit criminal acts to escape their criminal record by changing their name. That's plain and simple, Honourable Speaker. Though I must admit, I do find it somewhat interesting when the member talks about, reactions at party conventions, about their own party convention, Honourable Speaker. Their own party convention, Honourable Speaker.
When the opposition leader used his speech to attack Elections BC and Dr. Bonnie Henry, Honourable Speaker, no one spoke against that, Honourable Speaker. When a guest speaker unfairly attacked a member of the press gallery, the delegates stood and applauded, Honourable Speaker, and not one member on that side of the House stood up, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we've made it clear. We will deal with unintended consequences, but let's be also clear.
Stop it.
Those who commit
Members,
a criminal act are
come
not
to
going to be
order.
allowed to escape their record
Come
by
to order.
changing their name.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Wednesday, November 12th, another Abbotsford shooting. Bullets sprayed a business's window on King Road. The 9th shooting since September 1st in Abbotsford alone, and still no charges in any of these cases. This past Sunday, yesterday, I attended the funeral of a well-respected businessman that our community is still mourning. Not a single NDP MLA showed up. Can the Minister of Public Safety promise that no more Abbotsford families will have to mourn another senseless loss before Christmas? Yes or no?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I'd like to start out by expressing my sincerest condolences to Mr. Sassy's family, his workers, and the entire community affected by the good works that he has done. I had a chance to attend a vigil for Mr. Sassy held in Surrey that also served as an opportunity for different levels of government to come together and speak about the work that is being done to combat extortion and to keep communities safe. And I've had the chance to engage with business owners, with families who are scared, and which underscores our singular focus on disrupting these crimes, stopping these crimes, and keeping members of the community safe. It's this that is behind the work of the BC Extortion Task Force, which represents one of the largest task forces ever assembled in BC history, that includes all levels of the RCMP, police of jurisdiction, including Abbotsford. It includes the members from the CFSEU, the Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit. It includes members from the Canadian Border Service Agencies, and we are starting to see real results from their work that is coordinated and comprehensive, including arrests and charges and removals from Canada in accordance with laws. Mr. Speaker, this government and my ministry will not rest until those perpetrating these crimes are held to account and our communities are safe.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Solicitor General. You know, condolences. This family wrote a letter. They don't need your condolences, they need your action. That's what they need. Abbotsford ranks the 3rd highest in Canada for extortion-related incidents and #1 per capita, Mr. Speaker. Families and businesses are being targeted, threatened, and traumatized. I've received the personal phone calls. When will this Premier come to Abbotsford, look people in the eye, and tell them when the shootings will stop?
Solicitor General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And I do extend my condolences. And the fear of families, of business owners, of community members is real, which is why our government is singular in its focus and leading the way in Canada with our BC Extortion Task Force, with the involvement of Canada Border Service Agencies, which now other jurisdictions who are wrestling with these same crimes, Alberta and Ontario, are now looking at BC as a model. And we will continue to...
Members. Shh. Members. Members.
I'd appreciate the opportunity to answer. We are leading the way in Canada in terms of the work of the BC Extortion Task Force, in terms of the advocacy that our government has done that has led to the Bishnoi Group being designated a terrorist organization, in terms of the leadership we have demonstrated on bail and sentencing reform. We will continue to do this work through all levels of government. I must also take this opportunity to urge...
Thank you.
I must take this opportunity. This is really important, sir.
Members, Minister will conclude, please.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank members of the community that have come forward with information which is directly supporting investigations in progress, and to encourage everybody with information, no matter how small, as soon as they have it, to come forward to police. This is making a difference in the investigations and leading to arrests, removals, and we will not stop this work until people are safe.
Thank you. Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I was at Darshan Singh Sasi's funeral. I am sick and tired of going to this kind of funerals. We have heard that the 3 extortion suspects are deported. Why is this NDP government hiding the reason and their identities?
Solicitor General.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you to the member for referencing the work of Canada Border Service Agencies, which is an integral partner in
Members.
Excuse me?
Members, let the Minister answer, please. Minister. Shh. Members, come to order. Please continue.
So the suggestion that we are withholding or names or protecting criminals, frankly, is absurd and is stoking fear, which is not helping the situation. CBSA is a federal agency, a key member of the task force, but Ottawa sets the rules and controls this information. The province does not have these names and cannot access or release federal immigration information. I have heard from community members who have let me know how important it is to have information such as names that they're asking for. I have to, though, maintain the integrity of investigations underway because we want... It's imperative that the investigations underway, that the integrity is protected, because we want them to lead to arrests, charges, and convictions, or removals from Canada if people are not in the country lawfully. We will continue to work with our federal partners regarding anything related to immigration and CBSA.
Member, let the chair recognize you. Richmond, Queensborough.
Okay. This government is not leading. It's being reactive, not proactive. This extortion crisis is out of control. Lawyers are now being targeted. And if lawyers are being targeted, it's important to know whether judges and witnesses are also being targeted. Can this minister tell this House with absolute certainty that no judges and witnesses in BC have been targeted? Yes or no?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These investigations are ongoing, and it's important that in order to keep the integrity of the system, that those names and who is part of those investigations is not really revealed here, and it's not going to further anybody's interest to do so. I want everybody to know that we are taking this very, very seriously. I take the opportunity to what the member raised this weekend, calling on the federal government, which we have advocated for specific changes, to consider extortion a terrorist organization, or terrorist charge. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised when he raised that, because had he looked at the criminal code or looked at what we have raised with the federal government of declaring the Bishno Gang a terrorist organization, if he would have looked through that, he would know that because of the work that we were done, and anything that's committed on behalf of a terrorist group is a terrorist offense, including extortion. So we are doing the work to make sure that our criminal code and everything is there for us to go after these people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Abbotsford Mission.
Mr. Speaker, a woman in Abbotsford is now facing 13 sex offense charges, including luring and trafficking a minor. While she was at large, parents had no warning at all. Mothers like me are terrified for our children's safety in this province. Will the minister commit today to issuing immediate public alerts when a child sex offender is wanted? Yes or no?
Attorney General.
No, I appreciate this very important issue that's raised by this member. And the police have certain criteria that they employ when they issue alerts to communities, and that those alerts and those decisions made by the police are there to make sure that communities are safe. And it's certainly, every time there's an issue like this raised, we take it with the utmost seriousness, and I know that my colleague at Public Safety does as well, to make sure that communities have the information they need and that people are safe. We are doing a lot of work on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to going after sexual assault, going after offenders, whether it's online or in communities, because we want to make sure that the people that are committing these offenses are properly behind bars and that people are protected from further instances of their crime, and we'll continue to do that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the government keeps saying that they're working to make communities safer, but the bottom line is communities are not safer. In fact, they are more unsafe than ever before under this government's watch. In fact, if you look at the things around the extortion cases, this government is very quick to try to take credit for things, action being taken, people being deported, yet as soon as they get asked for any detail on that, they instantly refer back to, well, that's federal jurisdiction. We can't actually talk about that. So did they actually do anything, Mr. Speaker? Or did the CBSA, which is federal jurisdiction, actually do something for a change? Because this government's inaction has led to ever-growing extortion issues in British Columbia. We hear about sexual predators on the loose and deflection away, that they can't really take extra steps. In Kamloops, businesses are reporting a 26% surge in crime, while the public safety minister says they're doing everything they can do to try to keep communities safe, Mr. Speaker. Businesses are losing millions of dollars a year of merchandise walking out the door, and they very clearly attribute it to the chaos being driven by a convergence of mental health, housing, the affordability crisis, and catch and release, because property crimes are not taken seriously by this government. They're calling on the government for a hands-on street management and real healthcare integration because they have failed to this point in keeping our streets safe. So when will the business community in this province stop hearing that the government is actually working on something and actually start hearing about the government implementing and actually delivering results that, as the Premier said, people would actually be able to see and feel on the streets? Because they're not safer, it is getting worse.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to talk about results. The results that we're showing for British Columbia is on a very important issue that's out there, and that's public safety. The REVOI program, the Repeat Violent Offender Initiative, that's circling around over 400 of the most violent offenders
Members, please.
In the system, and going from an individual who was responsible for hundreds of calls to the police a month to none. That's a result in a community, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk a little bit also about the bail reform, bail and sentencing reform that we put on the agenda through BC's leadership that is dealing with the types of property crime that the member's raising, to saying that if somebody is coming before this justice system over and over again, there needs to be respect for the law. Those individuals need to have accountability. So right in there in the bill that's before the House and the federal government is BC's work reflected in that criminal code change to make sure that those people that are causing those the most impacts on the communities are held and not causing those impacts. We'll keep at it, Mr. Speaker, until all communities feel safe in this province. Thank you.
The bell and the question, please. Honourable members, I have the honour to table Auditor General's report, Ministry of Agriculture and Food, Reliability of Premises, Identification Information, and the Police Complaint Commissioner's Annual Report 2024-2025. Madam Clerk. Abbotsford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to present a petition from very concerned members of my community. Whereas the BC Housing is planning a supportive housing project at 2270 Martin Street in Abbotsford, directly across from Abbotsford traditional school grounds. The housing project will be in proximity to vulnerable students, children aged 11 to 18, less than 60 meters from a field and playgrounds used by said children. The housing project contains a safe consumption room, increasing the risk to residents and vulnerable children in the area, and there's been a lack of transparency, public input, consideration of alternative locations, collaboration, or disclosure by plans by
Thank you,
BC
member.
Housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Mr. Speaker, I request leave.
Is leave granted? For what? For what you're asking for leave, member?
I'd like to make an introduction that I made earlier.
Is leave
but they're
granted
here now.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the introductions, I introduced the BC Youth Council, and I wasn't sure if they're in the House. They are now. I'd like you to stand and receive a warm welcome. They were absolutely professional.
Madam Clerk. No, Peace River North.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition from my community of Fort St. John. They've gathered this petition to be brought forward. This is a tough one when it comes to they're requesting to reduce the costs and increase access to innovative cancer drugs and by lowering drug prices and guaranteeing access. Lighten the load for patients and families by reducing additional costs for cancer care, including lab fees, transportation, prosthetics, treatments, incontinence products, cooling gaps, and more. This was brought to me from a member of my community, Justin Hupanda. He is a member of the Canadian Cancer Society. He also said that he really appreciated
Thank you, member.
Bill
Just
30
present the
got
petition.
brought forward.
Yeah, thank you.
And that he was happy to see it proceed through the House.
Thank
so
you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call second reading on Bill 25, the Housing, Municipal Affairs and Statutes Amendment Act. And then in the Section 8 Douglas Fir Room, I call committee stage on Bill 31, Energy Statutes Amendment Act.
Committee chairs.
Thank you, members. We'll call the House back to order, where we will be continuing debate on Bill 25, Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act of 2025. Recognizing our member from Kamloops North, Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the BC Conservative Caucus to speak firmly, clearly, and unapologetically against Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Standards Amendment Act 2025, a bill that pretends to be about solving the housing crisis, but in truth centralizes power, weakens local democracy, exposes municipalities to fiscal instability, and prioritizes provincial control over real community needs. This legislation is yet another example of government that governs by decree rather than by collaboration, a government that demands compliance from local governments while ignoring the lived realities of the communities they claim to help. Honourable Speaker, Bill 25 continues a disturbing pattern. Instead of working with municipalities, the government has chosen to legislate over them. This bill expands the minister's ability to dictate development standards, override municipal bylaws, and impose one-size-fits-all requirements in Victoria. This Premier can say whatever slogan he wishes about cutting red tape or turbocharging housing, but what this bill actually does is strip communities of their decision-making processes and authority that allows them to respond to unique local conditions. Local councils are elected by their mayors or by their neighbours. They understand the transportation networks, their water capacity, their fire response coverage, and their school availability. But Victoria does not. Bill 25 tells local governments, you can zone what we say, where we say, and when we say. Your planning priorities no longer matter. This is not partnership, Mr. Speaker. This is not collaboration. This is central planning, and British Columbians know where that leads. The most irresponsible aspect of this bill is its assumption that growth can be mandated without first ensuring infrastructure capacity exists. Transportation, sewer, stormwater, fire protection, policing, these systems do not magically expand because the province legislates more density. Municipalities have warned the government repeatedly that they cannot absorb the population growth at the acceleration levels being imposed through Bills 44, 47, and now 25. Yet Bill 25 introduced new ministerial directives, new mandatory zoning alignments, and a deeper reach into municipal land use authority without offering municipalities the fiscal tools to keep up. And the result, Mr. Speaker? Cities will be forced to approve housing they cannot service. Developers will build faster than municipalities can upgrade pipes, roads, and public safety. And residents, existing and future, will be left dealing with the fallout of overloaded infrastructure and declining service quality. This is not planning, Mr. Speaker. This is wishful thinking codified into law. This government loves to lecture municipalities about doing their part, but it quietly ignores the critical truth. You cannot build or maintain infrastructure with provincial press releases. Bill 25 deepens municipal exposure to financial risk by forcing accelerated development approvals without providing new revenue streams to pay for that servicing, restricting municipalities' ability to charge development cost charges, commonly known as DCCs, and community amenity contributions in ways that reflect the actual needs and costs of those projects. And also imposing provincial housing targets that may not align with long-term capital plans. So what does this actually mean on the ground, Mr. Speaker? It means property taxpayers, the families that are struggling most with affordability, will pay for growth that they didn't choose and the province won't fund. The BC Conservatives believe in local fiscal authority and responsibility, not setting municipalities up for failure. Honourable Speaker, one of the greatest fallacies in this government's approach is the benefit that all communities are the same. A small rural municipality cannot absorb the same density expectations as a major urban centre. A mountain community with limited buildable land cannot conform to the same zoning formulas as a flat suburban municipality. A community with wildfire risks, floodplains, or limited water supply cannot simply scale up when Victoria says so. But Bill 25 ignores this, Mr. Speaker. It assumes that every municipality must bend to a provincial crafted development model, regardless of geography, climate resilience, cultural context, or community capacity. This is not thoughtful. This is not evidence-based. It is ideological, and it lacks forward thinking, Mr. Speaker. The government claims that Bill 25 will improve affordability. Let us be very clear. Nothing in this bill guarantees any affordable housing. It does not require developers to build affordable units. It does not address speculation on the concentration of land ownership. It does not provide protections for renters beyond market exposure. It does not reduce construction costs, taxes, or regulatory fees. What it does do is increase land value expectations, Mr. Speaker, and it will also push home prices and rents higher, not lower. Every time the province imposes mandatory upzoning, the assessed value of land in those zones jumps. That increase is captured not by the renters, not by first-time buyers, and certainly not by the municipalities, but by speculators and large development firms. This government is unintentionally inflating land markets while claiming to fight them. Honourable Speaker, our caucus, the BC Conservative Party, believes strongly in subsidiarity, the principle that decisions should be made at the lowest level possible. Again, allowing our municipalities to do the job that they were elected to. Local accountability. Again, councils know that their communities better than Victoria ever could or ever would. And fiscal prudence. Again, communities cannot grow responsibly if they lack the resources to do so. Bill 25 violates these principles by overriding local autonomy and forcing municipalities in compliance instead of cooperation. A government that respects local decision-making does not need to centralize authority, Mr. Speaker. A government confident in its policy does not need to impose mandates. A government that truly wants results works with partners, not over them. And another troubling element of Bill 25, Mr. Speaker, is the continued erosion of public consultation. This government has already reduced public hearings on rezonings through previous legislation. Bill 25 continues that trajectory by expanding regulatory authority and narrowing the circumstances under which municipalities can actually invite public input. British Columbians deserve a voice in shaping their neighbourhoods, not to be told that their input is an inconvenience slowing down the provincial agenda.
Just one moment, member. Thank you. Continue, Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British Columbians deserve a voice in shaping their neighbourhoods, not to be told that their input is an inconvenience slowing down the provincial agenda. Democracy is not a box to check. It is a process that protects fairness, transparency, and trust. This government should be not choosing speed over democracy. It should be choosing good planning over political messaging. Bill 25, Mr. Speaker, also fails to address the real economic drivers of BC's housing shortage. High interest rates, high construction costs, a shortage of skilled trades, long provincial permitting delays, provincial taxes and fees, immigration targets disconnected from housing capacity, speculative finalization of land, and none of these are fixed by forcing municipalities to rezone more land, Mr. Speaker. We cannot legislate supply into existence when labor, materials, and financing are unavailable. We cannot legislate affordability while ignoring the cost structure that drives prices. And we certainly cannot legislate community support while excluding communities from the process. A BC Conservative housing plan would have a much different approach, Mr. Speaker. We'd have a collaborative, not a coercive relationship with municipalities. Provincial investment in infrastructure long before imposing density targets would be provided. Localized planning, recognizing that communities are not interchangeable. We'd be restoring public consultation and transparency and trust in the process. We'd be reducing provincial fees, delays, and the regulatory burdens that are troubling our entire sector. We'd be targeting affordability directly, not just assuming that the market will direct it. And we will also, again, empower municipalities to shape responsible, sustainable growth. This is how building should work in this province. Not from Victoria, but with partnerships throughout British Columbia. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Bill 25 is not a housing strategy, it's a power grab. A download of costs, again, and a substitution of local knowledge for provincial ideology. It weakens municipalities, it undermines public confidence, it does not guarantee affordability, and it risks creating communities that grow faster than they can be safely serviced. British Columbians need a real housing strategy, Mr. Speaker, one built on partnership, transparency, sustainability, and a respect for local democracy. For these reasons, the BC Conservative Caucus cannot support Bill 25. We stand for local autonomy, responsible growth, and policies that actually improve housing affordability, not just policies that sound good in a press release. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing our member from Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. And I want to start off, Mr. Speaker, from just quoting some stories from our local newspaper in Abbotsford. It says, housing crisis in the Fraser Valley. As the rising housing market continues to inflate and the wages stay stagnant, young people find it increasingly difficult to improve their living conditions. What income levels can afford a $1 million mortgage? How can someone save for a down payment on a $1 million house while struggling to pay such high rent? Is owning a home in the Fraser Valley an attainable goal? These are questions that many young people in British Columbia are asking as they plan for their future. Just a story to start off with. Currently, my fiancé and I are looking to move into a detached home that aligns with our goals as a couple. We purchased a condo in 2017, and since then it has soared in value to $245,000 to approximately $650,000. Despite this jump in overall equity to put towards a detached home, we're finding that even the despite this jump in overall equity to put towards a detached home, we're finding that even the most townhouses are beyond our reach. My fiancé is an industrial electrician, and I'm a full-time support worker. We both have very well-paying jobs, but despite our net income, the Fraser Valley is not affordable. Because of the high cost of housing, we're considering relocating to another province. It saddens me that we are being pushed out of our home province, where all of our friends and family are. We want to provide for our future family with the same childhood that we had. A nice backyard with a trampoline, possibly a blow-up pool for the summer, and a garden where we can grow vegetables and fruits. Is this realistic for us if we remain in the Fraser Valley? And the answer is, no, they don't think so. Another story. When looking at a single person with a good career, we can see some barriers when it comes to owning a home or upgrading their existing one. Ashley purchased a 2-bedroom apartment in Abbotsford in 2010 for $125,000. She was only 21 years old, but the cost of the apartment was low, which also meant the down payment was attainable sum to manage, about $7,000. She was also able to co-sign the mortgage loan with her father, a privilege that not all are afforded. She worked 8 long years in retail to fulfill the mortgage payments, and she retained roommates to offset monthly costs. 12 years later, her residence is currently valued around $420,000, an increase of just over 236%. Even with this shocking jump of $295,000 worth of equity, it's still insufficient for her quest to upgrade to a detached house or even a townhouse in the Fraser Valley with soon-to-be career as a social worker. The real estate market she was once able to buy into as a single person is now beyond her reach should she choose to sell her apartment. Bill 25, I acknowledge that in its intent in legislation, namely to increase housing supply and address our province's affordability crisis, I must express some serious reservations about the scope, about the approach, and the potential unintended consequences what this bill proposes. This bill is Bill 44 on steroids. At its core, Bill 25 represents a significant shift in how land use planning and housing decisions will be made in British Columbia. The bill amends the Local Government Act, it amends the Vancouver Charter, and it amends the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act, all under the stated goal of removing barriers to small-scale, multi-unit housing. Honourable Speaker, we all share the objective of seeing more houses being built. But the question before us is how that housing gets built, and at what cost to local communities, the cost of additional infrastructure, and where is the democratic accountability? This bill is not a simple zoning update. It is a profound centralization of power, command, and control. One that removes decision-making authority from locally elected councils and communities and transfers it directly to the provincial cabinet and as their Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, municipalities like Abbotsford are committed to working with the province. The key word is with, in partnership, in collaboration, in co-governance. This is what is posted on the Abbotsford City website, and I quote, "At its annual convention in Victoria, the Union of BC Municipalities, UBCM, got behind Abbotsford's push to have the province of BC provide funding to cities to help cover rising infrastructure costs resulting from the increased residential density permit by provincial housing legislation. The successful adoption of the infrastructure funding UBCM executive resolution is proof that this is an issue felt by municipalities across the province, and that action needs to be taken to ensure that communities are ready to meet the rising demand for city services, since more people living in close together means more people using the same water, the same sewer, the same roads, and the same infrastructure. This resolution proposes that province invest in long-term, predictable, allocation-based funding program to support local government infrastructure servicing needs and stimulate growth of the provincial economy, as well as invest in provincial infrastructure investments and provincial permitting processes required to support housing-related population growth. We are encouraged by the support this resolution received and look forward to seeing this proposal move forward so municipalities are relieved of undue financial pressure as a consequence of the province's mandated housing targets," end quote. Let me move on to the first part of the bill, the Local Government Act and the Vancouver Charter amendments. Under these changes, every municipality with more than 5,000 residents and located within an urban containment boundary will be required to adopt zoning bylaws by June 30th, 2026 that permit small-scale multi-unit housing such as duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes on what were previously single-family lots. Now, at first glance, that sounds reasonable, but the bill goes further. It prevents, and I want to repeat, it prevents municipalities, locally elected governments, from setting their own standards for the size, for the form, or the density of these new housing units. Mr. Speaker, this will completely alter existing neighbourhoods. The City of Abbotsford, like other municipalities, need to alter their official community plans. It gives Cabinet, not local councils, the authority to determine what housing forms must be permitted, where, and at what scale. In other words, local zoning autonomy, the very foundation of community planning, is being overridden by executive regulation. And should a municipality fail to comply with the prescribed deadline, the minister, with Cabinet's approval, is empowered to unilaterally enact or amend the city's bylaw to bring it in line with provincial directives. Well, let me ask the question, where is the working with? Where is the partnership? Where is the collaboration? Where is the co-governance? Instead, we get command and control. This is an extraordinary shift in power, Mr. Speaker, one that effectively sidelines local government and removes the voice of the people from decisions about the shape and density of their neighborhoods. I want to read another article that came out of Abbotsford. It's called Disagreements Over Provincial Housing Mandates, and I quote, "In 2023, the province issued mandatory housing targets for Abbotsford under the Housing Supply Act. In response, the city adopted bylaws allowing for increased residential density to meet the provincial requirements. However, the city has publicly stated that meeting these ambitious targets places significant financial strain on its infrastructure, such as water and roads," end quote. The City of Abbotsford desires strongly to work with this government. The question is this government willing to work with the City of Abbotsford in a meaningful way? Equally concerning is the section of the bill dealing with off-street parking requirements. As of June 30th, 2024, municipalities will no longer be able to require off-street parking. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, no garages, no driveways are required, no designated spaces for parking for small multi-unit homes that the province now mandates must be permitted as single-family lots. This means that a developer can build a fourplex with 0 parking spaces, even in communities where transit options are limited or non-existent, where amenities are not in walking distance. For families, for seniors, for tradespeople, for people with mobility challenges, this is not a theoretical inconvenience. It's a very real, very practical problem. The inevitable result will be congestion, spillover parking where it shouldn't be, access issues for emergency vehicles, and conflict in communities that are already struggling to manage rapid growth. At the last UBCM in September, many city leaders argued that housing targets and related infrastructure needs are beyond their ability to control. Honourable Speaker, this isn't about opposing density. It's actually about smart planning, which locally elected officials are best to decide. Density must be matched with infrastructure, with transit, with parking, with water and sewer capacity, and with respect for local context of each community. This bill does not provide that balance. It imposes a one-size-fits-all solution from Victoria, regardless of whether it fits in a mountain town, a rural community, or a wildfire interface zone. This approach risks creating exactly the kind of haphazard, ill-considered growth that communities have worked so hard to avoid. Furthermore, the bill allows municipalities to rezone land to comply with provincial housing mandates, even when doing so contradicts their own official community plan. These plans are well-thought-out plans, years in the making. This clause in Section 11 explicitly states that in 2027, local governments can ignore community-consulted OCPs and long-range planning for local needs and restrictions when rezoning to meet provincial requirements. This is not only the province's overriding local community, it is now encouraging municipalities to disregard the very planning documents that were developed through years of public consultation with their own community. What message does this send to residents who have invested their time and trust in community planning processes? These are the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, that we in this House serve. These are the same taxpayers that locally elected mayors and councils serve. Honourable Speaker, British Columbians deserve a say in the future of their neighbourhoods. They deserve to know that when they participate in public hearings, when they engage in OCP reviews, their voices matter. This bill undermines that principle, and I would say shame on the government for this. Now, turning briefly to short-term rental accommodations amendments. Bill 25 also makes several changes to extend regulatory powers to modern treaty First Nations. Indigenous communities should have the tools to manage short-term rentals within their territories. However, this bill creates potential for overlapping jurisdictions and enforcement confusion, not clarity. It allows for coordination agreements that can apply different rules to different geographical areas, even with the same treaty lands. See, without clear framework and consistent enforcement standards, this could lead to uncertainty for both property owners and platforms alike. Additionally, the bill tightens review process for registration decisions, limiting the grounds for appeal and centralizing decision-making authority with the government provincial registrar. While administrative efficiency is important, due process and fairness must not be sacrificed in the name of speed. Honourable Speaker, I want to emphasize again, we all agree that British Columbia needs more housing. Our mayors and councils agree. They only want to work with this government. No one disputes that affordability and supply are pressing issues, but the way this government is going about it raises legitimate concerns about our local democracy, accountability, and practicality. I read this in the newspaper just the other day too, Mr. Speaker, and it says numerous households across the Fraser Valley are waiting for affordable housing last spring, 4 years after this government promised to solve BC's housing crisis. How much longer will they need to wait? Bill 25 assumes that Victoria knows best, similar to Bill 7, Bill 14, and Bill 15, that provincial bureaucrats, not local councils, are best equipped to decide how every neighbourhood should grow. It assumes that parking, it assumes that infrastructure, it assumes that livability concerns are secondary to rapid densification, and it assumes that a uniform template for small-scale housing can work equally well in Surrey, in Salmon Arm, in Smithers, in Abbotsford, and even Spuzzum, Mr. Speaker. That assumption is absolutely wrong. We cannot plan our way out of a housing crisis by dismantling local governance, and we cannot solve affordability by ignoring infrastructure realities. And we cannot build public trust by imposing a top-down mandates that silence community voices. A truly effective housing strategy requires partnership, collaboration, co-governance relationship between the province, between municipalities, First Nations, and local residents. It requires flexibility, consultation, and a respect for local knowledge. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Bill 25 falls short on all three accounts. While the goal of increasing housing supply is one we all support, this legislation, as it stands today, concentrates far too much power in the hands of the provincial government. It undermines local autonomy and disregards the everyday realities of families and communities across British Columbia. But, Mr. Speaker, let me try to be positive and offer some constructive solutions to Bill 25. A path forward rooted in partnership, practicality, and respect. Number one, table Bill 25 and replace compulsion with consultation. Engage genuinely with UBCM, local governments, the private sector, and citizens. Number two, address real barriers. Land, labor, and infrastructure, not ideology. Without serviced land and skilled workforce, mandates are meaningless. Number three, adopt place-based policy. What works in Burnaby may not work in Abbotsford. Respect local context. Respect local geography. Respect local economies. Number four, build true fiscal partnerships. Provide predictable infrastructure funding. End the grant lottery where communities compete for short-term photo ops. Municipalities need stable revenues to plan long-term growth. Number five, reform the regulatory framework. The BC Chamber's data shows projects' costs can fall by 20% with open procurement and reduced red tape. We can apply those savings to actual housing supply. And finally, number six, restore local democracy. Reinstate public hearings, empower local councils, and trust citizens. Democracy takes time, but trust takes longer. And without trust, no policy will ever succeed. I urge this government to reconsider Bill 25 as it is, to work with local governments, not over them, which is not too much to ask for, to pair density with infrastructure. A building without services is just a shed. Buildings need power, buildings need water, buildings need sewer. Costs municipalities will need to bear on their own. Reconsider to ensure that our collective efforts to solve the housing crisis are strengthened, not weakened, the fabric of our communities. This side of the House looks forward to committee stage to address further questions and debate on these serious issues and concerns. Bill 5 has many, far too many, unintended consequences, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member, I believe you meant Bill 25. We will look toward our member from Surrey Panorama to continue that debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with heavy heart. I do not enjoy telling the government, colleagues I respect, colleagues who are trying their very best and who truly mean well, that this bill, for all its good intentions, will hurt more than it helps. I wish I could say, yes, this is the bold stroke we need, but I cannot. Because the evidence, the municipalities and the people I represent are telling me, gently, firmly, repeatedly, that this path leads to more conflict, more cost, and less trust. So please forgive me for what I must say. I say it not to score points, but because someone has to speak for the cities, towns, and neighborhoods that feel unheard. Mr. Speaker, I know the pressure is immense. I know the housing numbers are brutal. I'm sure the government is working tirelessly and will continue to work, acting in good faith to solve a generational crisis. But giving the province power to override local bylaws on parking, setbacks, and density without appeal, without consultation, is a bridge too far. The community charter was written to protect municipal autonomy. It says councils are natural persons, not branches of Victoria. They know their floodplains, their heritage streets, their transit realities. When 25 municipalities sued over Bill 44, it wasn't NIMBYism. It was a cry, work with us, not over us. Bill 25 answers that cry with a regulatory hammer. And that breaks something deeper than bylaws. It breaks partnership. I know the intent, speed. I know the government believes deeply that faster approvals mean faster homes. The conviction is sincere. But removing public hearings for compliant rezonings, forcing 5-year OCP cycles without local rhythm, that's not efficiency, that's silencing. That's seizing power from the local citizens and gathering it in Victoria. The irony of that is that the City of Victoria itself has its say neutered by this bill. In Kitsilano, residents begged for tree protections. In Squamish, they asked for family-sized units. Under Bill 25, their microphone is unplugged because provincial checklist says so. Democracy is not a luxury we can suspend. When people feel steamrolled, they don't just accept it. They resist. And that resistance will delay homes far more than any hearing ever could. Mr. Speaker, I know the government means well when it says developers will pay. I know they genuinely believe market forces will absorb the cost. But mandating density without funding infrastructure is fiscal cruelty. The UBCM says $50,000 to $100,000 per small project in sewer, road, and school upgrades. That's hundreds of millions dumped on local taxpayers. The city of Surrey itself has billions of infrastructure upgrades that it needs. Where are we going to get that money? Developers can't pay it all. DCCs are capped, markets are soft. So who carries the load? the senior in Maple Ridge, the young family in Kamloops, the small business in Cranbrook. We cannot ask them to pay for Victoria's ambition, not without dedicated capital grants, not without shared responsibility. I know the government truly wants to unlock supply everywhere. I know they sincerely believe uniform standards are fair, but not every lot is the same. A 3,000 square foot parcel in East Vancouver is not the same as one in Crescent Beach, Fernie, or Delta's floodplain. Yet Bill 25 says, same parking rules, same building area, same height. It ignores sea level rise, wildfire corridors, heritage blocks, small town scale. The result? Gentrification, 15 to 25% value spikes, long-time residents priced out. Density without design is not progress. It's erasure. The people in my own riding have homes that currently have no street parking left. That's with bylaws that require off-street parking. In certain neighborhoods, I've had to park 3 to 4 blocks away just to walk to a home in that neighborhood. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the STR changes. I know the government means every word when they say short-term rentals must serve long-term residents. I know they are trying their hardest to protect housing stock. And I'll support enforcement, but $10,000 a day fines with no revenue sharing, abrupt bans in tourism towns, that's not tough love, that's economic shock. Whistler, Tofino, Kelowna, 20 to 30% of host income gone overnight. And we have several large events coming up in British Columbia. The World Cup. I believe the estimates are we're 170,000 hotel rooms short. Where are we going to find these spots for people that just want to come and enjoy and spend their money in our province? Seasonal jobs are lost. Bed tax revenue vanished. And the enforcement, the municipalities are paying, and the province is collecting. This isn't housing policy, it's punishment by headline. Mr. Speaker, I do not stand here to obstruct. I stand here to beg for a better way, one that honors the government's sincere effort and genuine care. Let's restore partnership, provincial guidelines, local standards. Fund what we mandate. Tie targets to capital grants. Keep the public in the room where we have hearings for major change. We can honor a place, flexibility for flood, fire, heritage. These are all different obstacles that different communities face. And phase STRs fairly. 24 months, revenue sharing, tourism transitions, and perhaps I would add for special events. Mr. Speaker, I wish I could applaud this bill. I wish I could say, finally, action, but I cannot, because trust is the foundation of every home we build. And Bill 25, as written, cracks that foundation. Let us go back together and write a law that builds homes, hope, and harmony, because British Columbia deserves both urgency and respect. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield the floor with apology and with hope.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Langley Abbotsford.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak strongly and unapologetically against Bill 25. This bill may be wrapped in language of housing reform and modernization, but British Columbians deserve the truth. Bill 25 is not a partnership with communities, it is not empowerment, and definitely it is not responsible planning. Bill 25 is a consolidating, heavy-handed takeover of local decision-making and disruption on how communities grow, function, and serve the people who live in them. As the jobs and economic development critic, I can say without hesitation, this bill will not make our economic corridor or transport corridors. This bill will make our challenges much worse. It will make our construction challenges worse as well. It will hurt businesses, trades workers, families, and municipalities. It will not build a better British Columbia. It will build frustration in British Columbia, full of conflict and chaos. The core problem, density without infrastructure. Honourable Speaker, let me begin with the most basic truth of this legislation. You cannot force massive density into communities that do not have the infrastructure to support the density. You cannot force 4, 6, 8, 12 units onto lots where one stood before and pretend the roads, the sewers, the stormwater systems, the schools, the parks, the policing, the transit, all magically expand with it. Infrastructure planning and partnership has to come first, and none of that is present in Bill 25. This government is pushing density and stripping municipalities of the ability to acquire basic practical elements like off-street parking. They're doing it in communities that do not have reliable transit. They're doing it in rural towns, agricultural zones, wildfire interface areas, and suburban neighborhoods where cars are not a luxury, they are a necessity. And the government knows this. The people on the ground know this. But Bill 25 pretends the realities of daily life do not exist. Now we have housing without parking is not housing. It is a problem that you're pushing down the road. One of the most glaring failures of this bill is its attempt to strip municipalities of the ability to require off-street parking for multi-unit developments. This is not a technical detail. This is not a minor line item. This is not a small adjustment. For many communities, this is the difference between livability and dysfunction. But when you remove parking requirements, you don't remove cars. People will still own vehicles. Trades workers will still own trucks. Families will still try to get to their kids to school and activities. Seniors will still need accessibility and safety. Workers will still need to commute to night shifts, jobs outside of the transit corridors, and all of those cars have to go somewhere. Under Bill 25, they will go onto the streets, onto boulevards, into business parking lots, and in front of homes where residents have nowhere else to park. You will create conflict in neighborhoods. You will push customers away from small businesses. You will burden cities with enforcement costs, signage, tickets, towing, and angry residents. This is what happens when the government ignores the lived reality of the people they claim to be building housing for. For example, the Port Coquitlam mayor, Brad West, called this out years ago. To understand why parking matters, we don't need a theory. We need one real-world example. Port Coquitlam, not a rural town, not an isolated community, a fast-growing, transit-connected city with an active downtown. A little while back, their staff recommended reducing minimum parking requirements using the exact same logic this government uses in Bill 25. The idea that there is too much parking and that lowering requirements will encourage people to abandon their vehicles. And what did Mayor Brad West say? I quote, "What staff proposed subscribes to the same theory of the province, in that there is an oversupply of parking," unquote. And then he delivered one of the most down-to-earth, common-sense lines any mayor has said on this issue. Quote, "which I think to believe requires you to ignore the evidence of your eyes," unquote. Ignore the evidence of your eyes. We've seen it with this government, ignoring on crime, health care, transportation, economy. Ignore what you see every day in your community, Mr. Speaker. Ignore the realities of cars circling around neighborhoods for space. Ignore residents frustrated by the spillover into their neighborhoods. This is the same government logic being opposed on every community through Bill 25. Brad West also warned that reducing parking requirements would hurt the cities financially because they rely on parking in lieu of funds to pay for infrastructure. In Port Coquitlam, with transit, with density, with planning, cannot make ultra-low parking work, then how will small towns, how will rural communities, Mr. Speaker, or growing suburbs? Bill 25 is not planning. Bill 25 is wishful thinking forced onto communities that cannot afford the consequences. Take, for example, West Vancouver. Mayor Sager saw this pattern early. Port Coquitlam was not the only community that has raised these concerns. Years back, when the province began moving towards top-down housing and targets, West Vancouver Mayor Mark Sager said something that should have stopped this government in its tracks. He said, "We believe municipalities should be responsible for zoning and planning." It is a simple truth. Local planning belongs to local communities in partnership with the provincial and federal help to make it happen. Then he went further. For the province to step in and zone all British Columbia from Victoria, we fundamentally think that is an error. He wasn't speaking about Bill 25. He was speaking about the same pattern of provincial overreach that this bill is now taking to an extreme. When you have mayors from Port Coquitlam, West Vancouver, two very different communities facing different pressures, saying the province is overstepping, and this is not a coincidence, that this is a warning. These comments are evidence of a longer and deeper problem. Municipalities have raised the alarm for years. This government simply does not listen. Bill 25 is the latest example and the most extreme version yet. A Vancouver template that's being forced on an entire province, Mr. Speaker. One of the most troubling aspects of Bill 25 is that it applies to Vancouver-style planning philosophy to an entire province that looks nothing like Vancouver. British Columbia is not one city. It is a patchwork of communities: urban, rural, agricultural, coastal, interior, and northern, each with different needs, different pressures, different transportation realities, and different infrastructure capacities. What might work in Kitsilano does not work in Merritt. What might work in Mount Pleasant does not work in Salmon Arm. What might work downtown does not work in Aldergrove, Langley, Mission, or Abbotsford, or any growing suburb without full transport and transit service. But this bill does not acknowledge those differences. It treats all of British Columbia if it were 2 blocks in Main Street, Vancouver. And that is not housing policy. That is an ideological uniformity at the expense of real communities, Mr. Speaker. This bill is also economically irresponsible. As a jobs and economic development critic, I have to highlight how economically reckless this bill truly is. Housing affects jobs. It affects labor mobility. It affects the ability for employers to hire. It affects construction timelines, supply chains, and financial viability on these projects. But Bill 25 undercuts all of that. One, for example, projects will be harder to finance. Banks know that the units with no parking have less appeal to and fewer buyers. That shrinks resale value and financial stability. Number two, small businesses will be harmed. Spillover parking hurts storefronts. We're seeing it with the Broadway commercial line. It drives customers away. We're seeing it with the Patolo Bridge project. Business cannot absorb that burden. Trade workers are ignored. And that's number three. Trade workers are ignored. Trade workers cannot haul tools on bicycles. They can't take the SkyTrain to rural job sites. They rely on trucks, equipment. Bill 25 does not even acknowledge them. And to get to the short-term rentals and First Nations Authority, the confusion that lies ahead. This bill also creates overlapping enforcement regimes for short-term rentals and coordination agreements with First Nations. Honourable Speaker, coordination is important. But this bill is unclear on various things. Who enforces it? Who shares the data? Who issues the penalties? Who administers the system? Confusion is not reconciliation. Confusion is not partnership. It is simply another layer of uncertainty for tourism operators in rural economic corridors. And there's another detail for the public should know. According to a contract publicly posted online, in June, the ministry had to hire MNP for $26,000. I quote, lead the short-term rental registry financial risk and controls review, unquote. If this government's short-term rental system was working, why did they need outside high-priced consultants to tell them where the financial risks are? Why didn't the ministry already know? The contract confirms what municipalities already see on the ground. The STR system is sloppy, unstable, and now Bill 25 is trying to patch it again. UBCM has warned this government. These still won't listen. This government still won't listen. Honourable Speaker, on October 22nd, UBCM publicly stated that Bill 25 creates strain on local capacity and that many municipalities are still struggling to implement the last round of housing laws. They said this bill will divert staff resources away from approvals and create significant new infrastructure implications. They also said many of the problems could have been avoided in this province had done proper consultation instead of telling municipalities to consult your lawyer. Bill 25 ignores all of that, and there's more. According to the ministry's own briefing notes, summary for July, which is publicly available online, Honourable Speaker, the minister at the time signed an MOU with UBCM on local government financial resilience. You do not sign an MOU on financial resilience unless municipalities are already under strain, Honourable Speaker. And then just months later, the government introduces Bill 25, adding more pressure, more mandates, and more downloading onto those same local governments. So what was the point of signing that agreement? Bill 25 breaks the spirit of that in one page, on page 1. The minister's first reading claims do not match reality. In her first reading speech, the minister said only a small number of communities would be affected. UBCM says the opposite. She said Bill 25 removes barriers. UBCM says it creates new burdens. She said the bill clarifies the rules. The municipalities were told, consult your lawyer before. And now, this bill is here to clean up the mess the government created. She said these amendments improve operational efficiency. But a flurry of amendments is not efficiency, it's repair work. The province is blaming municipalities for its own failures for years, and it continues. Let's be honest, this government has failed. Failed on transit expansion, failed on infrastructure investment, failed on permitting, failed on supply chain issues, failed on trade labor shortages, failed on housing affordability, failed on community supports. I can go on and on. And now, after all these failures, the government tries to blame municipalities through Bill 25. That is not leadership, it is deflection, which we see time and time again on that side of the aisle. It's time for a blue-collar reality check. Honourable Speaker, I come from the working class background. I know what families face. I know what businesses face. I know what trade workers face. If you build housing that people cannot practically live in, because there is nowhere to park, nowhere to commute from, nowhere for trade trucks or to go, nowhere for small businesses to keep customer access, you're not building affordability, you're building frustration, and the people who will suffer the most are the people this government claims to be helping. In conclusion, why I can't and I will not support Bill 25, Honourable Speaker. This bill is not about homes, it is about power, plain and simple. It ignores local acknowledgement, it ignores municipal warnings, it ignores infrastructure reality. It ignores transportation reality. It ignores economic reality. It ignores the mayors and communities who have already told the province that we're heading down the wrong direction. Brad West said believing there is too much parking requires you to ignore the evidence of your eyes. Mark Sager said zoning of all British Columbia from Victoria is an error. And he is not wrong. Those were warning signs issued long before Bill 25. Warnings this government refused to listen to. And today, through Bill 25, the government is doubling down on the same mistake. For all these reasons and economic reasons, for planning reasons, for practical reasons, and for the well-being of communities across British Columbia, I cannot and will not support this bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, member. Recognizing our member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members, especially on this side of the House, that have spoke so passionately in regards to our opposition on Bill 25. You know, we all come to this House with different backgrounds, different skill sets, different reflections, and different paths on how we got here. And it amazes me because we have, on both sides of the House, we have a number of people that have come here with a municipal background, whether it's school district, whether it's a regional district, whether it's parks, whether it's serving as mayor of the second, soon-to-be first largest city in British Columbia. We all, on each side of the House, have those backgrounds. Now, it perplexes me why, and on Bill 25, over the last number of years, the NDP, this government, has waged a war on the jurisdiction of those duly elected municipal governments. Bill by bill. Bill 44, which is very similar to what we're talking about here. Now, we have issues that are going before council in Surrey in 15 minutes on housing that we can't have public debate on. No public debate on those, on housing projects that the government is putting into communities. If there's support or opposition, or if there's questions, the government, the province of BC, the NDP government has told the cities, where it's the city of Prince George, the city of Surrey, the city of Victoria, the city of White Rock, the city of Merritt, it doesn't matter. Every single city in this province, you do not, more importantly, the constituents in those municipalities do not have a right to have their voice heard at public hearings, and that is completely wrong. Absolutely wrong. This bill fits that mold. Okay? I represent areas of South Surrey where we have a development right that happened just by the truck crossing on 0 and 176. Beautiful homes that have been growing in there for 10 to 15 years at Douglas Crossing. A couple thousands of families that are in there. There is not one public bus that goes through there. There's no transit. No public transit. In fact, if you want to use public transit, you've got to walk all the way down 8th Avenue, which I would never let any of my kids walk down. You've got to cross Highway 99, which you're not. Then you got to cross King George Highway. Then you got to walk along King George Highway. And you got to wait for a bus that comes 4 times a day. That is your access to public transit under this government in an area that services 10 to 15,000 people. I don't think that's adequate. So when the colleague previous and the colleague previous before that, and probably my next colleague, is going to speak about the fact about eliminating parking and mandating that with the municipalities, like where is the vision? Where is the reality? What are you going to tell the single mom that's got to pick her kids, that's living now in a basement, that's got to pick her kids up from school, get them to dance, get the other one to hockey, then get to her job, and then do it all over again? There's no parking required there. You're on your own. Maybe you can Uber it. When we talk about things that this government wants to do, I would challenge the housing minister, I would challenge any MLA in Surrey, for that matter, to come over into White Rock and tell me how, whether it's on Oxford Street, Stevens Street, State Road, Bona Vista, how are you going to do this? And I'll give you an answer for you. You can't. So then why are you doing it? You can't. There's not even room right now for these people to take their garbage cans out. Like, we have massive infrastructure upgrades that need to happen, whether it's Crescent Beach, whether it's Ocean Park, whether it's Oxford Hill, whether it's Centennial Arena, whether it's King George Highway. I can keep going down the list, and I can go to other ridings as well, and I can list those off. And they're not done. And if you talk to the city of Surrey, they're saying that in order for us to do those infrastructure upgrades, they're over $800 million. So who's paying that bill? Who's footing that bill? And again, this is done in strong opposition of what we are hearing from our municipal leaders, our elected municipal leaders. Now I know that the Premier's probably hired a couple of, high school or university friends to help advise him in the Premier's office when it comes to housing or whatever, or past mayors that didn't get elected or that are kind of share that philosophical socialist beliefs on how we do housing in British Columbia. But it doesn't work in all corners of this province. Fundamentally, it does not work. What works in White Rock may not work in Chetwynd. It probably won't. But again, we go through these things, and these are all things that I've given this speech before on Bill 44. I've given it on Bill 47. It's the same stuff. It's the same opposition. But this government believes on this one-size-fits-all model, and it's baffling to me because not only is it incredibly lazy, it's incredibly dangerous. You know, you look at this piece of legislation here, and I can explain why it will not work. But I can also explain on how offensive it is to the local leaders, where the confusion is that they have to go out there and do this work and the amount of staff time it takes up and things like that. You know, you look at cities, whether it's White Rock or smaller cities than that, their staff, one staff member was telling me that they have to spend the majority of their time going back and forth with the province at a bureaucratic level, explaining why they can't meet these targets, why this does not work for them. That is how they're spending their days. Not on their permitting, not on the other stuff that they're meant to be doing, right? They're trying to explain to the province how their mandates, their legislation is conflicting with the reality that's within their jurisdiction. And it's not, I know that other members on the other side of the House are hearing the same thing. We have in our caucus, we have former councillors, we have former city managers, we have former mayors. And the government side does as well. And I know what I'm hearing in this side on why this does not work. I'm very curious to hear on the other side how they justify this. And the previous speaker was right. Not every city is Vancouver. It's not. And I think that's part of the challenge we have here is that when the government looks at things, I don't know if they're just throwing darts at a board on a map of British Columbia, but that's honestly how it feels. Right now, you have, I guarantee you, probably a couple hundred people at Surrey City Hall that are wanting to speak on something and they can't. And that isn't mandated by the mayor of Surrey or anybody that sits on Surrey City Council. That was mandated by this NDP government. They silenced those people today. Nobody else did. And that's wrong. And it's the same thing with this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the time today. Obviously I stand in solid opposition, but I would say this in my concluding remarks is this idea that everything that goes on in here and every legislation that is put forward here must work in every corner of this province is not reality. It's not. And I can tell you, whether it's in rural British Columbia or in urban, there seems to be a massive disconnect in reality of what we're facing, and whether it's in Surrey or White Rock, or whether it's in Dawson Creek or Prince George. Nobody's happy with what we're getting from this government, especially when it comes to legislation that continues to erode the powers and structures of municipalities. And we all end up paying for it because we're not doing the work ahead of time. We're not doing the infrastructure upgrades. Okay? We're not looking at the expansions. I can tell you in my riding, we don't have any new schools in the last 6-7 years. We don't. So the upgrade, we're getting a new ICU at Peace Arch Hospital, which is $40 million. And I want to thank the province for that. I want to thank them for the $3 million they're contributing, but I really want to thank the Peace Arch Hospital Foundation, who's contributing the other $37 million. That's what the province is putting in. They're putting in less than 10% when it comes to the new ICU at Peace Arch Hospital. So, again, they have to be able to work with municipalities, and this hammer approach is failing every single time, and this is no different. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing a member from West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my fellow MLAs, to preface, we do stand united in the conviction that the housing crisis is an emergency demanding urgent and effective action. The Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2025, introduced by this government, is intended to rapidly increase density and streamline development across the province. However, in pursuit of this necessary goal, this legislation introduces a fundamental rebalancing of power between the province and our local municipalities. The sources clearly detail that these amendments demonstrate a significant expansion of provincial authority, which we must critically examine as overreach. This centralization raises pertinent questions about procedural fairness, local responsiveness, and the ability of communities to shape their own futures. We must view these legislative changes, which shift control over zoning, density, parking, and administrative review from elected local councils to the provincial government and the Lieutenant Governor in Council, albeit a shift to a central command centre, taking over the operational controls of various local entities. The centralization of control established by this Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act is likened to a central command centre taking over the operational controls of various local ships. Now, in this scenario, our local captains, our mayors and councils, our municipal leaders are left responsible for the vessel's journey. This means they still bear the political and administrative responsibility for managing community services, budgeting, and mitigating the consequences of rapid change, such as infrastructure strain and congestion. However, the captains are rendered powerless to steer it according to local navigational hazards or conditions. This powerlessness stems from the provincial government's assumption of critical local powers, including mandatory destination setting. The province dictates that local governments must permit specific uses and densities in formally restricted zones by June 30th, 2026, overriding the municipality's traditional control over zoning bylaws. Local leaders lose the ability to tailor density changes to existing neighbourhood character, infrastructure capacity, or community preference. The Lieutenant Governor in Council gains authority to make regulations dictating the siting, size, dimensions, location, type, form, or density of housing units. This removes control over granular design details used to ensure new development harmonizes with existing neighbourhoods. The Lieutenant Governor can set an upper limit on the off-street parking spaces that a municipality may require. This removes the captain's power to assess and manage local parking needs, potentially exacerbating street congestion and parking shortages. So, if a local council fails to comply with these mandates, the minister, with the Lieutenant Governor in Council approval, can make an order that enacts or amends the local bylaw directly, completely bypassing the local democratic process and negating local accountability. In essence, the provincial government has taken the helm of the ship, leaving the local leaders with the bill for the fuel and the responsibility for the crew, but no ability to adjust course to avoid locally specific obstacles. The cornerstone of local governance is the power to manage land use through zoning bylaws. This Act aggressively removes this power via mandatory density mandates. The legislation dictates that local governments and the Council of Vancouver must permit specific uses and densities in zones previously restricted primarily to detached single-family dwellings, known as restricted zones. By June 30th, 2026, zoning bylaws must be amended to permit uses such as duplexes and single-family dwellings with 1 or 2 additional housing units. This represents an overreach because it overrides the local government's traditional power to control land use. So what's perhaps the possible negative result of this? It is the inability of municipalities to tailor density changes to existing neighbourhood character, infrastructure capacity, or community preference, as they are compelled to comply with minimum density standards set by the province, but one size does not fit all. This standardization doesn't stop at density. The Lieutenant Governor in Council is granted broad regulation-making authority to dictate specific elements of the newly required housing units, including, quote, the siting, size, dimensions, location, type, form, or density of housing units. Local governments must then exercise their zoning powers in accordance with those provincial regulations. The last couple of weeks, I spent chit-chatting with my 2 local mayors and councillors and citizens in my riding, and they are aghast by the overreach of this government. So they wanted me to convey very strongly that this is not acceptable and they are totally against it. So I'm just making very clear, representing my riding. So this provincial control removes local ability to manage the granular details of construction and design, often used to ensure new development harmonizes with existing neighborhoods. The outcome risks a loss of local distinctiveness and standardized, potentially unsuitable developments across diverse geographic and community settings. And one of the examples cited was that our municipalities know areas where possible landslides have happened, could happen in the future, and where some have already. And if indeed they're overridden, then who is going to be responsible for any casualties, any loss of lives, any loss of property? It would have to be the municipalities. The most profound constitutional risk involves the minister's power to directly intervene and legislate local rules. If a local government fails to adopt a zoning bylaw or parking bylaw that complies with the new provincial mandates within the required timeframe, the minister may issue notice. If compliance remains absent, the minister may, with prior approval of the Lieutenant Governor in Council, make an order that enacts or amends the local bylaw directly. So forget about OCPs, forget about many times when all the constituents are together and they have wonderful collaboration and cooperation and what they envision in their municipality. So this allows a provincial minister to completely bypass the local democratic process and legislate local rules. This concentrates key legislative functions within the administrative reach of the provincial executive, resulting in the negation of local democratic accountability for key planning decisions. This centralized control extends to traffic and infrastructure planning, and we only have 2 bridges. We have people coming through the North Shore along the highway. People now commute from Lions Bay, Squamish, they come from Bowen Island, they commute. And then we have commuters coming from the other way, Mr. Speaker, all the way across the Second Narrows Bridge. And I can assure you, when it's time for the change at C-SPAN for people coming in and people going out, we are clogged. From 2 o'clock onwards, you have to make sure that you are either going at least an hour and a half early to an appointment downtown or across the Second Narrows Bridge, or you may lose out. You never know what the traffic's like, and heaven forbid if there's an emergency or a traffic accident, because everything is plugged. You cannot move. And I remember a few months ago, there was a traffic accident and there was another issue on the other bridge. Traffic didn't move for 4 hours. One mother was trying to pick up her son from daycare, and she was stuck for 3 hours in the same spot because nothing moved. There was no place to go. So all of this increased density, there's still no way to get off the North Shore. There is no bridge planned, not even talking about it, not even a tunnel. This centralized control extends to traffic and infrastructure planning. The Act immediately restricts municipalities and Vancouver Council from requiring off-street parking or loading spaces for specific newly required residential housing units. The Lieutenant Governor in Council is authorized to make regulations setting an upper limit on the number of off-street parking or loading spaces that local governments may require for other residential uses permitted under the Act. So what's the negative result? Increased infrastructure strain. This is an overreach because it removes the municipality's power to assess local parking needs. By restricting the ability to demand adequate off-street parking, the law risks exacerbating street congestion and parking shortages in rapidly densifying areas. For regions like the North Shore, where existing infrastructure is already inadequate, adding more residents with no parallel infrastructure built ignores the facts and risks more gridlock, negatively impacting emergency measures and commuters. So, when such extraordinary authority is centralized, including the power to impose bylaws via order and regulate design specifications, the system becomes structurally vulnerable to unintended negative outcomes if that power is exercised without complete impartiality. Without complete impartiality. The risk is clear. When power is centralized and local checks are eliminated, the system becomes vulnerable to personal motive and bias. So what are 3 risks stemming from potential bias or potential motive? 1, politically motivated override and selective enforcement. For example, the minister's power to enact or amend bylaws and the authority to grant extensions only in quote-unquote extraordinary circumstances carries the risk of being applied unevenly. If the minister or lieutenant governor in council is influenced by personal relationships or partisan leverage, a non-compliant municipality that is politically aligned might receive extensive extensions, while an opposition-led municipality might face immediate and aggressive imposition of provincially dictated bylaws, circumventing local public consultation entirely. The process then becomes politicized, replacing sound governance with partisan motivation. So I'm not saying that would happen. I hope that would not happen, but it could. Then you have, because the Lieutenant Governor in Council holds the authority to dictating housing siting, size, dimensions, location, type, form, or density, there is a potential risk that regulations might inadvertently or intentionally favor specific large-scale construction methodologies, or even suppliers. This standardizes housing design, potentially creating a non-competitive advantage for larger firms that specialize in mandated specifications, thereby negatively impacting smaller local builders. The Lieutenant Governor in Council authority to set an upper limit on parking requirements could be driven by an ideology that strongly opposes private vehicle use, or everybody has to have an EV. Where are all the cords? Where's all the plug-ins? Where's all the electricity? If this results in parking caps that are drastically inadequate for communities lacking robust public transit, and that's an issue, dense neighborhoods could experience acute congestion and service failure. The local leaders are legally prohibited from adjusting the rules to local reality, demonstrating how political motive can lead to system malfunction. The legislative risks are not limited to planning statutes. They extend to administrative review under the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act. The Act does take a positive step, it does, toward mitigating bias by preventing the same person from making a registration decision and then reviewing that decision. That's a positive. However, it severely limits the grounds for review, and that is a negation. A review may now only be based on specified grounds, primarily what they call new evidence. This evidence must be substantial and material, and it must either not have existed when the decision was made, or must be evidence that could not, through the exercise of reasonable diligence, have been discovered at that time. So, this narrow restriction focuses the appeal process strictly on the discovery of new facts, rather than challenging a potential error in the interpretation or application of existing facts. If a regulator is motivated to clear cases rapidly or enforce rules aggressively, perhaps to meet political performance targets, this narrow review criterion shields potentially flawed or biased adverse decisions from true scrutiny. So, these legislative changes, the seizure of zoning, the control over parking, the ministerial veto, and the curtailment of due process represent a structural alteration to the balance of governmental authority. The danger of power concentrated in a central command, even when pursuing a noble goal, is articulated in one of my favorite books in high school. I'm sure most of you read it when you were in high school, George Orwell's Animal Farm. Animal Farm, still relevant today, depicts leaders who centralize all authority and manipulate rules to maintain control, eventually stripping the other animals of their autonomy. This parallels the Act's overreach. Just as the leaders take over all planning for the farm, the provincial government uses the Act to take control over local zoning, design, and parking requirements away from local councils and place it under the authority of the minister and the lieutenant governor in council. The Act dictates that local governments must permit specific uses and densities by a fixed date, replacing local democratic debate with a central mandate. When the minister can simply enact or amend a local bylaw via order, the local council becomes irrelevant, mirroring the loss of accountability felt by the working animals in Animal Farm. The book serves as a powerful analogy for what happens when a system eliminates local checks and transparency, leaving it vulnerable to the motives of those holding the reins of the Central Command Centre. Our concern is not the goal of providing housing, but the means chosen to achieve it. By placing unprecedented authority in the Central Command, we risk creating a rigid system where local circumstances, diverse community needs, and procedural fairness are sacrificed for the sake of top-down consistency. We must ensure that the necessary pursuit of housing affordability does not fundamentally diminish the responsiveness and autonomy of local governments. We must keep in mind this cautionary tale in the novel Animal Farm. This book serves as an analogy for what happens when the noble goal, housing affordability, is pursued through methods that fundamentally corrupt the process of governance by eliminating transparency and local checks, leaving the system vulnerable to the motives of those holding the reins of the quote-unquote Central Command Centre. Democratic processes reflected in our local policies of mayors and councillors must be protected. Mr. Speaker, I advocate today on behalf of the constituents in my riding, the mayors and the councils. This is why I am strongly opposed to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Peace River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of Peace River North, and frankly, on behalf of every rural, northern, and interior community in this province. I cannot support this bill. It's not just incompetence anymore. It's not even ideology. It's indifference. A complete, total indifference to people who are affected by this government's decisions. Bill 25 makes that painfully clear. This government knows its housing policies are failing. They know communities are struggling. They know municipalities are drowning in unfunded mandates, broken promises, impossible timelines, and yet they keep doubling down. Over these past months in conversations at UBCM, in calls from mayors, in meetings with councillors, and in countless conversations at coffee shops, small businesses, community halls, and gas stations back home, the message has been consistent. We want to build housing, we want to grow, but we're not going to support bills that bulldoze local voices and imposes density without any regard for infrastructure, engineering, or safety. I actually think about my colleague when she mentions a book by George Orwell, and she mentioned Animal Farm. I was thinking more along the lines of 1984, but I'll continue, Mr. Speaker. Peace River North is not Vancouver. It's not Burnaby. It's not Victoria. We are a region with space, land, industry, long winters, frost heaves, septic systems, lagoons, deep water lines, heavy trucks, and communities spread across large distances. Our needs are different. Our infrastructure is different. Our realities are different. And this government continues to pretend that British Columbia is one single urban neighborhood instead of a vast, diverse province. Bill 25 forces density where it may not be safe. It eliminates local parking requirements in communities that depend on vehicles for survival. It gives minister sweeping powers to rewrite zoning bylaws, erasing council decisions, public hearings, and communities' input with a single signature. And at no point does the bill require the province to prove that the infrastructure beneath these neighborhoods can handle what is being forced onto them. At UBCM, local governments were crystal clear. We are not opposed to housing, but the province must partner with us, not override us. They asked for collaboration. They asked for transparency. They asked for engineering-backed planning. They asked to have a voice. And this bill hands them the opposite: centralized control, blanket mandates, and a planning model built for Vancouver applied equally to the north, the interior, and rural regions where it flat out does not fit. And let me speak plainly here. The democratic consequences of this bill are severe. Removing public hearings, removing local zoning decisions, allowing the minister to rewrite bylaws unilaterally. Speaker, this is not how you build trust. This is not how you build communities. This is not how you solve housing. This is how you divide the province and silence the people who actually live in these neighborhoods. Mr. Speaker, centralizing power has never solved regional inequality. It didn't work in healthcare when the local boards were dissolved and replaced by regional authorities. It hasn't worked in education, and it will not work in municipal governments. When you remove local control, you don't create efficiency, you create bureaucracy. You create administrative expansion. You create new enforcement units, compliance divisions, provincial managers, and reporting structures that cost taxpayers more money and deliver less accountability and transparency. And municipalities will be forced to hire additional staff to meet the provincial mandates that this bill imposes on them. This bill proves the NDP doesn't trust anyone, not the councils, not the citizens, not the experts. Instead of admitting their past housing legislation didn't work, they simply erased local decision-making entirely. Zoning, overwritten. Parking mandates, dictated. Density forced, everywhere. OCPs, silenced. Heritage protections, ignored. This is a government that doesn't just refuse to listen, it refuses to acknowledge that anyone else might have anything worth saying. This bill is built on a lie that the province can fix housing by controlling municipalities. They couldn't fix permitting. They couldn't fix affordability. They couldn't fix supply. They couldn't fix homelessness. They couldn't fix short-term rentals without chaos. So instead of facing the truth, they grab power and bulldoze process. When a government stops caring about local democracy, that is not confidence. That is not vision. That is not strength. It is a government admitting, we don't know how to solve this, so we'll just simply take over everything. This government has stopped caring about outcomes. They only care about control. They don't care if municipalities can't afford infrastructure. They don't care if neighborhoods aren't ready. They don't care if British Columbians were genuinely consulted. They don't care if communities lose their identity. They don't care if housing actually gets built. They care about the headlines. They care about announcements. They care about forcing compliance so they can pretend they are fixing housing. I cannot support a bill that raises taxes, expands bureaucracy, ignores engineering realities, and strips local voices from the planning process. Mr. Speaker, there is a better path forward. There always was. If this government truly cares about housing, then it must work with local governments, not against them. It must require engineering assessments before density is imposed. It must restore municipal decision-making. It must listen to the UBCM resolutions and the concerns raised by mayors and councillors from across the entire province. It must recognize the fundamental difference between urban and rural regions. It must respect Indigenous, rural, and northern perspectives equally. And it must build a planning framework that reflects the size, complexity, and diversity of British Columbia, not just the needs of one region. Mr. Speaker, this bill needs to go back to the table. It needs to go back to the communities it impacts. It needs to go back to the municipal leaders who see the consequences firsthand. It needs to go back to the engineers who understand capacity. It needs to go back to UBCM, to rural caucuses, northern perspectives, to Indigenous governments, to planners, to local councillors, and to everyday British Columbians who are being treated as an afterthought in their own neighbourhoods. We need a model that builds responsibility, sustainability, and locally. We need a model that respects democracy and governance. And we need a government willing to listen, not dictate. Mr. Speaker, Peace River North cannot support Bill 25, not because we are opposing housing, but because we value responsible growth. Not because we resist change, but because we demand planning that keeps our communities safe. Not because we want to fight with the province, but because we believe in the people who live in our region and deserve a voice in shaping its future. This bill in its current form is not the solution, but with real consultation, real engineering, real respect for the local government, and real collaboration between urban and rural British Columbia, we can build something better. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians don't need another top-down decree from a government that has stopped caring whether their policies work. They need a government that cares enough to listen, collaborate, respect communities, and build real solutions, not bulldoze them. Bill 25 is a confession of failure, not a path forward, and we will not support it. And anyone who believes in local democracy, responsible planning, and regional respect should not support this bill in its current form. Thank you very much.
Recognizing the member from Langley-Willowbrook.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2025. I want to begin by saying something very clearly. British Columbia is in a housing crisis. Everybody knows it. Families know it, young people know it, seniors know it. It doesn't matter if you live in Langley, Prince George, Victoria, Surrey, Nanaimo, or Cranbrook. People are struggling. But, Honourable Speaker, just because we have a crisis does not mean we should accept bad solutions. And the bill before us today is a bad solution. It does not respect communities. It does not support local governments. It does not trust British Columbians to plan their own neighbourhoods. It grabs power, centralizes authority, and pushes aside the very people the government claims to be helping. This bill says loudly, proudly, and arrogantly the NDP government knows best. Well, Honourable Speaker, British Columbians do not agree. Conservatives do not agree. I do not agree. And that is why I stand here today. A centralized, heavy, handed-down approach, Honourable Speaker, this bill represents one of the most sweeping takeovers of municipal authorities in British Columbia's history. The minister gains broad new powers to rewrite local zoning, override council decisions, impose new housing rules, demand reports and audits, issue deadlines, punish municipalities, and even step in directly when a city can't move fast enough for this government. This is not partnership. This is not collaboration. This is not respect. This is a top-down government at its worst. It sends a message to every local council, every mayor, and every resident who participates in civic life. Your voice doesn't matter. Your community doesn't matter. Only the minister matters. This is not how democracy works in this province. This is not what British Columbians want. And this is not how our Conservative government, being the official opposition government, Conservatives believe government should behave. Forced upon upzoning without a local say, a recipe for chaos. Honourable Speaker, a big part of this bill forces municipalities to allow multi-unit housing, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, more on what the bill calls restricted zones, basically single-family neighborhoods. Now, Conservatives are not against density. We're not against redevelopment. We're not against building more homes. We are against doing it without a plan, without local input, without infrastructure, and without any understanding of the realities on the ground. This government wants all municipalities, whether they are big or small, urban or rural, to rush through zoning changes by June 30th, 2026. That's 1 year and a few months from now. For some communities, that is manageable. For others, it is impossible. But the government doesn't care. They want municipalities to follow their template on their timelines, regardless of whether the water system can support more demand. The sewer system is at capacity. The roads are already congested. The schools are overflowing. And the local hospitals are already understaffed. The bus system barely runs, just recently mentioned by my colleague from Surrey White Rock. The fire department is short resources. The police department in some regions are very short resources already throughout the province. Honourable Speaker, this bill feels like it was written by people who have never stepped foot outside of Vancouver. The government seems to think that what works in Yaletown will work the same in Langley, Kelowna, Clearwater, or Maple Ridge. British Columbia is diverse. Communities are unique. Needs are different, and this government ignores all of that. Removing parking requirements is out of touch with real life. One part of this bill that has people shaking their heads is a removal of off-street parking requirements for many homes. Again, maybe this works in a neighborhood with SkyTrain running every few minutes, but that is not for most of British Columbia. In many communities, buses run once an hour, if at all. Routes don't connect well. Service ends early in the evening. There are no rapid transit lines. People work far from home. Seniors need vehicles to get to their appointments. Removing parking requirements without first improving transit is backwards. This won't reduce car use. It will simply move cars onto crowded streets. It will create parking wars between neighbors. It will frustrate residents who already feel ignored. It will make streets less safe. Local governments try to explain this. Residents try to explain this. Experts try to explain this, but this government didn't listen. Why? Because they believe the NDP government knows best. More red tape, not less. Honourable Speaker, the government says this bill cuts red tape. I'm not sure what bill they read, because the one in front of us creates new mandatory reports, new audits, new deadlines, new requirements, new penalties, new zoning orders, and new provincial regulations still to come. This isn't cutting the red tape. This is moving red tape from the City Hall to the NDP government. Developers need clarity. Municipalities need stability. Communities need transparency. But this bill creates uncertainty, confusion, shifting rules, and the fear of provincial override. And when builders can't predict the rules, they slow down construction. When construction slows down, housing prices stay high. This bill is a barrier dressed up as a solution. This bill ignores infrastructure completely. Honourable Speaker, the most worrying part of the bill is that it doesn't address. You can't add thousands of new homes to a neighbourhood without investing in water systems, sewer systems, schools, hospitals, roads, fire departments, police departments, paramedics, transit. You cannot grow a community if the basic services can't keep up. But this bill doesn't include a single serious infrastructure commitment, not one. Instead, it demands municipalities to do more while giving them no resources to do it. Who will pay for the sewage upgrades? Who will pay for the new water mains? Who will pay for the new schools and classrooms? Who will pay for more fire and police resources? Who will pay for more doctors and nurses? Right now, that burden falls on local governments, and that, therefore, on property taxpayers. This bill is not just heavy-handed, it's expensive for local families who are already struggling. Honourable Speaker, what Conservative leadership looks like, Honourable Speaker, Conservatives believe there's a better way. We believe in partnership, not punishment. Work with municipalities instead of overruling them. We believe in fixing the real bottlenecks. simplifying permitting, cut duplicate processes, modernize approval systems. We believe in building infrastructure first because responsible growth needs solid foundations. We believe in supporting builders and the skilled trades. Give them a stable environment so homes can actually get built. We believe in respecting communities because every neighborhood is unique. And we believe affordability is bigger than housing alone. If taxes are high, if groceries are expensive, if gas prices are too high, if insurance is unaffordable, then housing will never become truly affordable. We need a broader plan that addresses cost of living, not another top-down zoning mandate. What British Columbians are telling us, Honourable Speaker, across the province, people are saying the same. We want more homes, but we want it done properly. We want a voice in what happens to our neighbourhoods. We want infrastructure to keep up. We don't want the NDP government dictating everything. People want balance. Bill 25 gives them orders. People want partnership. This bill gives them mandates. People want local democracy. This bill weakens it. British Columbians expect better than this. They deserve better than this, Honourable Speaker. I want to end with this. The housing crisis is serious. People are hurting. We all know that. But the answer is not that the NDP government to take over every city council and every neighbourhood in this province. The answer is not to silence local voices. It is not to rush changes without infrastructure. It is not to centralize power in the hands of one minister. The answer is partnership, respect, collaboration, planning, and local decision-making. This bill betrays those values. British Columbians need more homes, yes, but British Columbians also need strong communities, strong local democracies, strong neighborhoods, and strong voices guiding the future of where they live. This bill replaces community with control. It replaces partnership with power grabs. For those reasons, for the people of this province, I cannot support this bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Prince George, North Cariboo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong opposition to Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. This bill, despite its impressive title, has very little to do with empowering communities, strengthening families, or making housing more affordable. Instead, what it actually does is it represents an unprecedented centralization of power in the hands of the provincial cabinet and the minister at the direct expense of municipalities, rural communities, neighbourhoods, and the people who actually live with the consequences of land use decisions. What we have here before us, Madam Speaker, is a top-down restructuring of British Columbia's local governance framework disguised as a housing bill. But the truth is much more simple than that. Bill 25 takes away local decision-making. It strips communities of their voice. It imposes costs without providing the means to pay for them. And it assumes, Madam Speaker, that a single Vancouver-centric model of planning should be forced onto every corner of this province, from Hickson to Quesnel, from Prince George to Langford, from Dawson Creek to Surrey. This isn't going to fit, Madam Speaker. At the very, very least, this is a form of bullying. You take the municipalities and you tell them how you must live and how you must act and how things will be. That's not okay, Madam Speaker. Municipalities are the point of government that most people have direct personal contact with. They're the people who solve the local problems. They're the people who understand the issues on the ground within their communities, Madam Speaker. They are the people who are elected, who live in those communities, who know what the problems and challenges are that need to be addressed. This bill takes away the ability of those locally elected councillors and mayors to deal with the problems in their own community as they see fit. This bill is a terrible path to trod, Madam Speaker, a terrible path. It will cost a lot more. It will create huge problems with infrastructure that will color this situation for decades. Where are the sewers going to come from for this density and infill, Madam Speaker? Where are we going to find all of the electrical support? Where are we going to find all of the parking that's going to be necessary for people? I know in my community, we don't have a lot of time to deal with infill and stuffing everything together to try to make people be stacked on top of each other. We're fortunate that we have a fair bit of space in where I live in Prince George and in some of the other communities. But we have other problems, Madam Speaker, and this bill is not going to address those. What are we going to do with things like problems with land use? What are we going to do in order to meet the needs of volunteer fire departments and getting access to where people actually need the support and infrastructure? This is not a responsible decision, this bill, Madam Speaker. It is not democratic. It is central authority and control at its very worst. It's absolutely disrespectful. Madam Speaker, Bill 25 represents a massive centralization of power. As a historian, I look back and I think of the classes I've taught about different governments in the 20th century and the types of things they did to consolidate power in order to push particular agendas. At its core, Bill 25 gives Cabinet and the Minister sweeping powers to override municipal zoning, sweeping powers to control density, form, height, and even parking rules, Madam Speaker, without meaningful consultation and without respecting the unique character of local communities and, dare I say, even local neighborhoods. I, Madam Speaker, expect to see a great deal of resistance to this particular program. Under this bill, Cabinet can dictate exactly what forms of housing must be allowed in restricted zones. Well, this includes nearly every single-family neighbourhood in British Columbia. Under this bill, Cabinet can set maximum parking requirements, meaning municipalities may not require additional off-street parking. Well, it may be the case that in the latte-sipping neighbourhoods of incredibly dense neighbourhoods that they can walk to and from their workplace. They can take a bicycle even in the winter to where they need to go. But in places like Prince George or Quesnel or Williams Lake or 100 Mile House or any of these communities in the central interior and in the Cariboo, they need their vehicles and they will need places to park those vehicles. Madam Speaker, a one-size-fits-all approach that takes away local knowledge, local history, and the will of the local people to say what kind of communities they want to live in is completely wrong-headed. Under this bill, the minister can unilaterally enact or amend municipal bylaws if a town or city does not meet provincial deadlines. Well, I would suggest that perhaps the minister needs to run for mayor in one of these communities and find out some of the challenges that are going to be involved with all of this. If they want to take the calls, if they want to be that person who's going to be doing the dabbling in all of these local politics, well, maybe that's a different level of government than the one that we are elected to in this esteemed House. Under this bill, Madam Speaker, municipalities are prohibited from using their official community plan. Wow. If anybody's ever been involved with the OCP process, you know that it takes years and a lot of consultation to develop an official community plan. Residents are consulted on these official community plans. These plans are the basis for rejecting, delaying, and accepting rezoning applications. If we are to take away that ability from municipalities, Madam Speaker, what exactly are municipalities supposed to be doing? Madam Speaker, this bill is unprecedented. And so I have to postulate the question, why is this government so intent on stripping local people of their ability to make decisions about where they live and how they live? Why is it being so destructive to neighborhoods and their communities? Madam Speaker, this is simply not okay. And, Madam Speaker, it is the rural communities in this province that will suffer the most under Bill 25. British Columbia is not one city. It is not a single municipality. It is a collection of municipalities with different goals, aspirations, and ways of doing things. That is a reflection of the composition of this House, Madam Speaker. This is a province of hundreds of unique communities. Each of these communities has their special challenges. They have their own geography, their own infrastructure, and their own capacity to develop their communities as they need. And yet, what do we have here, Madam Speaker, but Bill 25? This is a one-size-fits-all density requirement pushed upon the province, regardless of local constraints, regardless of wildfire risk, regardless of the realities of the needs to develop solid infrastructure. Madam Speaker, how will this centralized government control affect small communities with volunteer-based fire departments? For example, like the ones in my riding, communities like Hickson or Quesnel or Bushy Lake. How will it affect these communities? Because, Madam Speaker, when you increase density, you increase emergency call volumes. You increase fire suppression needs. You also add problems for access requirements for emergency vehicles and pressure on critical infrastructure. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that if we are going to start limiting access with vehicles, perhaps we need to solve a fentanyl crisis and deal with our other issues in this province, because they are driving the need for these departments and emergency services to respond to calls. There's going to be a ton of pressure on critical infrastructure. There is also going to be a great deal of pressure on just ordinary infrastructure that many of us take for granted. If you think that you've got the power out sometime while you're sitting in a nice warm neighborhood and you're in the winter pick a community in Prince George or around Prince George, say, if the power goes out, you're going to get very cold, and it's not going to be a good thing. I don't believe this bill properly addresses the need for infrastructure. Has the minister actually really listened to these communities and met with them and understood the needs that would be affected if this bill were to pass? Has there been a real cost-benefit analysis, a risk assessment? I have not seen any evidence that there has been. It may be there, but not yet. Bill 25 nullifies decades and decades of local planning work. It overrides those official community plans until at least the 30th of June, 2027. So I ask, Madam Speaker, why is this bill stripping the rights of residents and communities to shape their own neighborhoods through area planning and OCP processes? I think to myself of an old family friend, Ted Moffat, who was one of the proprietors of the Northern Hardware. And there was an OCP process underway in which there was a desire to do some infill and stack narrow little buildings in tight little spaces in neighborhoods that had had larger single-family dwellings, comfortable neighborhoods, pleasant places. And he looked at this and he said, I think those are, he was asked what he thought about these infill, and he said, I think it's ugly, and I think it detracts from the quality of these neighborhoods. Is that what we want, Madam Speaker? Do we want neighborhoods that we don't want to live in? Are we going to drive more and more people out of British Columbia because the neighborhoods that they are forced to live in become unpalatable, unsafe, and without any place to park? It's shocking to me, Madam Speaker, absolutely shocking. As well, what are we going to do with all of the requirements that density will force? The upgraded sewer system, upgraded water supply, roads, fire capacity, transit, power. How will municipalities handle the cost of these suddenly imposed infrastructure requirements in order to increase the density on these urban lots? Are municipalities going to be increasing taxes? Are they going to increase fees? Are they merely going to borrow money? There seems to be some belief that all government needs to do to get out of debt is to print more money. Well, I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that printing more money is not going to solve the problem. And in fact, as our history in the 20th century has shown, it will make things dramatically worse. This bill, Madam Speaker, downloads responsibility without funding, without any significant analysis and far-sighted view of what the real cost of such a bill will cause, what the harm it will do. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is to look at the harm this bill will cause, not the perception of the success or help that it may provide. Parking. You know, many years ago, I was on the parking committee for the College of New Caledonia. And parking, I'll tell you, is one of the most severe things that people want to get mad about and argue. I can tell you for many years it was a bargaining issue with my faculty union. And I remember fighting the good fight for a very long time about parking. We had all kinds of ideas about it. We would have scramble parking where you just take it as you come. You could pay parking. You could do all kinds of wonderful things. And we got so contentious and set in our ways, well, the college ultimately disbanded the committee and went to a pay parking system, and that was that. So, well, when we're looking at neighborhoods, Madam Speaker, there's already significant parking challenges in neighborhoods. I remember driving through one of those lovely treed streets in the greater Vancouver area with a friend of mine and his nice big dually wheeled Ford 1-ton truck, and this vehicle approached us, and there were 4 or 5 young ladies in the car, and you could see they were very angry because there was no way for them to get past this truck we were in. And my friend, Eli, he's a professional driver, and I've always thought him to be a little bit of a hothead about a few things. But in this circumstance, when he's driving, he gets incredibly calm. And he looked at those young ladies who were challenging him for the road and the place where everybody's jammed up on the sides, parked everywhere. And they were clearly yelling some words which would be very unparliamentary, Madam Speaker. And his response was very simple. He mouthed the words, "I love you." And you could see the ladies in the vehicle all start laughing. We waved. They pulled over, we pulled over, and we made it work. Is that really going to be the solution for every type of parking issue in this? This bill is a direct attack on the ability of families to be able to get access to their neighborhoods and be able to park their vehicles, take their kids to school, take them to sports activities or anything they need to, or maybe just to go to and from work. Bill 25 prohibits cities from requiring off-street parking for multi-unit housing. I suppose we're all expected to have carpools in this sort of arrangement, or perhaps everyone will be expected to be bicycling in the 3 or 4 feet of snow that sometimes fills a good bit of the province. If this harms families, Madam Speaker, it harms workers, it's harmful to seniors. We'll see more slips and falls because of this kind of thing, and we will certainly see much more hardship on those rural residents who rely on vehicles, especially in places where transit does not exist. This bill, Madam Speaker, will create congestion. It's going to hurt accessibility issues, and it has the potential to increase and cause neighborhood conflict. Do we really need to stretch policing resources, emergency service resources more than they already are? I think not, Madam Speaker. Do we need housing in this province? Absolutely. We most definitely need housing in this province. But are we going to solve it by taking over the role of municipalities as if they are somehow the problem? Municipalities aren't the problem here, Madam Speaker. It is not the problem at all. It is the circumstances which have led to a housing crisis. Let us look at the roots of this problem and not just try to treat the symptoms with a Band-Aid that's going to be ripped off and tear a lot away with it. Real solutions. Real solutions. Let's talk about that. If you want real solutions, you need to have some partnerships with municipalities and work with them to fit the needs of the communities as they are and where they exist. There is a real need to deal with infrastructure and the funding of infrastructure in all of these communities. Infrastructure is crumbling. I know that. And all the doors I visited during the election campaign, I saw it. I saw it on people's faces. I saw people who rely on wells for their homes. I saw it in the faces of people whose houses are twisted by the unsettling of ground where they were built. Power requirements, brownouts, blackouts. We're going to see a lot more of those if we start to do things like Bill 25, Madam Speaker. In addition, there must be respect for the official community planning process. We cannot merely throw it out and say, if thou do not do this, then the province shall in fact impose this other. I'm shocked at this bill, Madam Speaker. I am absolutely shocked. Where is the local accountability? One of the great dangers of being in government, I think, in the observations I've had in the short time I've been here, is this desire to think that, well, if you've got nobody who can do this, or if there's a problem, then you must take control yourself and assert authority, and thus it will be all better. Well, in history, there have been examples where people have appointed themselves to be in charge when they felt that they needed to in a time of crisis. Usually that hasn't gone very well. I think probably the classic example I think of is Tsar Nicholas II in the Great War, when he had numerous failures on his military front, and so what he did is he appointed himself to be in charge and to make all the decisions. The problem with that approach, Madam Speaker, is that if you put yourself in charge of everything, there's nobody else to fire. You can't replace that person with someone else. You've got to take responsibility. And what this bill is going to do, I can tell you right now, Madam Speaker, it is going to force government to take an awful lot of responsibility that should have been devolved to a wide range of elected people at the municipal level to make good, solid decisions based on good information on the ground. And there's more. First Nations. It is certainly the case that the expanded use of coordination agreements is a positive step. However, there is a real risk in Bill 25 about overlapping authority and confusion without proper consultation of all parties affected. There should not be a need to create another layer of government in this province, Madam Speaker. So this must be looked at very, very carefully. My colleagues, many of them have also mentioned some of the points I've made, and also the urban-centric nature of this particular bill and how it would appear to be imposing that view upon the whole province. Bill 25, in effect, treats Quesnel the same as Kitsilano and Dawson Creek the same as Surrey. It's ridiculous. It's not workable. 100 Mile House is not Victoria. Madam Speaker, there are many questions that need to be answered and addressed before such a bill could ever be passed by at least this side of the House. I'm pretty sure on this side of the House, the folks here who have to go back and talk to their communities and people and listen and say, and that is what we have been doing, are not going to be supporting this. I'm certainly not. But maybe the government could ask themselves, could look at these questions. How will centralized provincial control affect volunteer fire departments? Okay, there's one. Number two, why remove the important, necessary step of relying upon the official community plan authority? Number three, how will municipalities pay for the infrastructure needed to support this density and infill? Why eliminate the requirements to provide parking? Parking isn't going away. Vehicles are not going away. In fact, gas and oil are not going away. We need to be realistic here. Why, number five, why grant the minister power to rewrite bylaws? Really? We have enough trouble writing provincial laws here. Do you really want to be involved in the process of writing bylaws for hundreds of communities across the province? Really? Whereabouts, number six, is the rural impact assessment? Where is that? Where are we going to look at the whole province holistically, and instead of a few big ridings in the lower mainland and areas where there are well, not rural communities? So, a conservative vision for a responsible housing plan would include a few other things, Madam Speaker. It must include respect for local autonomy. It must address labor and permitting delays. Let's cut some bureaucracy instead of adding to it. We need to fund infrastructure and have a clear plan for infrastructure before radically changing how municipalities integrate with the province. We also would want to support emergency services. Emergency services are already under tremendous strain, and this will make things much, much worse. It's also critical to preserve public hearings and let people have their say about their neighborhoods. And critically, it's important to recognize those significant community differences that exist around our provinces, or around our province. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill 25 is not a housing bill. It is a control bill. It is a centralization bill. It is a bill that will cause hardship, strain, and trouble to the people of this province, wherever they live. The residents of Hickson, Quesnel, Prince George, Langford, Surrey, the Greater Vancouver metropolitan area, all of these people, from Abbotsford and Chilliwack on out, all deserve much better. Madam Speaker, for these reasons, I will not be standing to vote aye for this bill. I will stand to oppose it, and I would encourage others on all sides of the House to do the same. Thank you very much.
Recognizing the member from Vancouver-Kilchenna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill 25 is classic NDP governance. Centralizing power, bulldozing over local voices, the Bigfoot approach. Blanket density, overriding local zoning and parking rules, moving planning decisions to Victoria. It's a story as old as time. Every authoritarian uses efficiency arguments to justify consolidating power, bypassing normal processes, and weakening accountability. It may, at first glance, even sound practical. But distributing power and local governance is fundamental to an effective and accountable government. A one-size-fits-all approach ultimately proves to be both ham-fisted and ineffective. After all, what do politicians in Victoria know about Trutch Street in Vancouver? Nothing. What do they know about your neighborhood? Nothing. Most have never even walked in your neighborhood and never will. Bill 25 strips municipalities of powers they have exercised for more than 70 years. including provisions of the Vancouver Charter, which was originally established in 1953 under the social credit government of the late Premier W.A.C. Bennett. A charter which reflected the province's recognition that a distributed governance framework made sense for a growing Vancouver with a unique set of issues. In addition to taking away from municipalities control over issues best handled at a local level, Bill 25 is sloppy. Bill 25 is an omnibus bill that sweeps together multiple issues, amends several statutes, obscures accountability, and fails to directly address even a single well-defined policy goal. British Columbians are right to be skeptical of this government's autocratic, top-down approach to ruling the province from Victoria. I will be voting no on Bill 25, with, I hope, many other people in this legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today on behalf of the people of Prince George Mackenzie, and members here in the legislature won't be surprised about my position on this bill. My colleagues have raised some legitimate concerns, and we had just heard recently from the member from Prince George North Caribou. I share a lot of those concerns that he raised. I'm joining my colleagues to oppose Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. And I want to be very clear right from the start. I oppose this bill not because I oppose housing. We absolutely need more housing, and my region needs more housing. Young families in Prince George need more housing, whether they're workers coming into the mining industry or trades, or we need many more workers in our healthcare system. They need housing. Seniors looking to downsize need more housing. It's becoming more and more prevalent for folks in Prince George. They used to retire down to the Okanagan. That doesn't happen anymore because the cost is too prohibitive for housing. So they're choosing to stay in Prince George now, and so we need new options for them, purpose-built housing for seniors. But Prince George is meeting the housing targets that this government set in spite of the government's rules. The market is meeting the housing needs of people in Prince George. We're getting purpose-built rental housing, and that's market-driven. We're also getting redevelopment downtown because the City Council in Prince George has made a distinct effort to prioritize that. And the only thing that's stopping that progress from happening is this government's record on public safety. That is actually plaguing our downtown and making it difficult for any investors, any developers to be looking at building housing in Prince George because people are questioning whether that's a sound investment. Prince George can make its own decisions on what it needs for our community. So this bill does something that we've consistently seen from this government. It hands more power to Victoria and takes power away from local communities. Full stop. I can't support that principle, and the one-size-fits-all approach seems to be part of this government's record, and it's something that we've seen as a trend. We hear it from local governments. We hear it at UBCM in past housing bills that we've had before the legislature. It's been the same story there. People in Prince George, I would argue, know their neighborhoods better than bureaucrats in Victoria. And there's nothing against the hardworking people who work here in Victoria, but I don't expect them to know exactly what is going on with the municipal infrastructure in a place like Prince George when they are so far removed from those decisions and what's going on and the local knowledge. So, Madam Speaker, folks in Prince George Mackenzie understand our housing challenges better than anyone. As I've said, we understand the realities of winter roads. Do members across the way know how big our snowbanks actually are in the wintertime? We can't park on the street, actually, because of the snow in Prince George. It's actually against local bylaws to park on the street in the wintertime in neighborhoods. That's just normal. And so you're saying now we can't actually park in these new neighborhoods that you're trying to build as well? It's completely unrealistic. Our workers, they rely on their vehicles. You can't expect that folks who have to take long commutes to get out to the mill site for their job at the mill, they have limited transit. There's no BC Transit that operates out to that area. Our tradespeople, they have their tools in the back of their truck. They need their vehicle for work. Where are they supposed to park? All of these things are topics I'm going to get into in my remarks. But these local realities are not something that the government has taken into account when Bill 25 was brought forward. And we've heard concerns already from UBCM. We've heard concerns from local governments. But Bill 25 essentially says, sorry, local governments, you don't get a say anymore. Victoria knows best. This bill will tell every municipality over 5,000 people, many of them actually are small towns, rural communities, as well as northern cities like Prince George, that they must allow certain types of housing everywhere, even if it clashes with local wildfire interface rules, sewer capacity, local lot sizes, or access roads. And if the municipality doesn't meet the deadline, if they don't pass zoning exactly the way the minister wants, well, this bill hands the minister the power to simply write the city's bylaws for them. We have these local governments in place. Why have them at all if the government is going to take over their decision making? We have mayors and councillors in place that are duly elected by the people, and the government is removing their authority. So is the government telling Mayor Simon Yu in Prince George that his voice doesn't matter? He's the city's first mayor born of Chinese descent, proud of representing his community, and this government is saying that his voice doesn't matter. So let's be honest, that's not partnership with a mayor like Simon Yu. That's not consultation with residents in neighborhoods like Heritage or the Heart Highlands. It's not collaboration with my community. Instead, the NDP are doing what they always do, top-down central planning, very socialist style in this case, if I do say so myself. I've already talked about the fact that this is a war on vehicle owners, and I would add to that working families. So, as I've already said, one of the most troubling parts of the bill is this attack on off-street parking requirements. So, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. This is actually a war on vehicle owners. In northern BC, a vehicle to get to work, it's not a luxury. It's literally the only way to get to work. BC Transit just does not fulfill the needs of what is needed in a place like Prince George, let alone Mackenzie. So Bill 25 says that as of June 30th of next year, councils must not require off-street parking for the new multi-unit homes the province now forces them to allow, even in areas with weak or non-existent transit. And that's most of Prince George, to be honest. So let me add to that. If someone builds a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex on a lot in Prince George, the city is prohibited from requiring even one single parking space for those units. And like I told you, when those snowbanks are high, we're not even allowed to park on the street. That's actually against the bylaws. So is the government actually going to change those bylaws? How are they going to deal with snow removal in that case? Because where are our snowplows actually going to go? That's why that bylaw is actually in place. That is a huge problem, and I don't hear any answers on how the government's going to resolve that. And so we wonder why people are worried about spillover parking, congestion, emergency access, and safety with all of this as well. Madam Speaker, in Prince George, you need space for trucks, you need space for work vans, snow blowers and snow plows. We need room for the things that you need in northern life. It's very different from life here in Victoria or in the Lower Mainland. Can't tell a contractor in Mackenzie or a nurse in Prince George who works night shifts at UHNBC that they don't need a vehicle. You can't force a single mom in College Heights to rely on a transit system that simply does not connect every neighborhood, every job site, and every shift schedule. But Victoria says, trust us, the parking will work itself out. It won't. And the people who will be paying the price are regular working families in my community. So what I would say is that local solutions work better than these one-size-fits-all mandates that we're getting from this government. And that's why our conservative principles are simple and they're very practical. Decisions should be made as close to the community as possible. Municipal councils are elected. They hold town halls. They talk to residents. They know where the roads are narrow or steep. They know where the sewer lines are aging. They know where wildfire evacuation routes already are there and where we have struggles and where they need to make special rules for that. Victoria certainly doesn't know these things, but this bill is pretending that it does. This government in this bill is giving itself the power to dictate the form of housing, the height, the density, the lot layout, and even the number of parking spaces municipalities can require, as we've said. And really the message to communities overall is, if you disagree, too bad, we'll just rewrite your bylaws anyway. That's not good governance. That's not respect for local democracy, and it will lead to mistakes and costly ones. So I'm going to talk about a few real examples, local examples on neighborhoods in my community where this is going to impact. So Ospika Boulevard. Don't expect that folks would have driven on it, but I'll just paint a little bit of a picture. Anyone who lives in Prince George knows that Ospika can get very clogged even on a normal weekday. Now imagine adding multi-unit properties on smaller lots with no required parking. Where do you think those cars end up? They'll end up on the side streets where they can't park in the winter, as I've already said. What are they going to park on the boulevards right on Ospika? That's not really an option either. In the bike lanes that are there right now, because that's probably the only other option that would be left, taking away one of the few bike routes in the city. And of course, it would block the plows in January and throughout the winter. On the Hart Highway, transit service in the Hart is probably one of the most limited in the entire city. People actually have to drive. Families have 2 or 3 vehicles in some cases because there are a lot of people have their work vehicles that they have there as well. Tradespeople are keeping their tools in their trucks. So that really, this really puts them at a real challenge. In College Heights, this is one of the high growth areas of Prince George. It's already dealing with congestion at the best of times, and the Ministry of Transportation will be well aware of the fact that Highway 16 and Demano Boulevard, this is actually an intersection. It's the corner of the 3 Prince George provincial ridings, but it also happens to be the busiest highway intersection in northern BC right now with the biggest congestion. We will need underpass or an overpass solution on that, and adding density in College Heights without really adding for any local considerations into this is just going to add to that problem unless we actually have those local voices who can bring those solutions forward so we can actually do that planning for a neighborhood like College Heights. So much of our region sits on, wildfire area. We have an interface. The city has interface management plans, and a lot of this is not going to be taking into account the routes and the special kind of interface planning zones that the city has actually designated. So packing more units onto small lots in areas that are designated for evacuation really doesn't make sense. Prince George is actually at a fire risk. They've done a lot of interface fuel management, but a lot more needs to be done. And honestly, this bill ignores all of the local voice that would be part of that discussion and planning. And I'll add maybe another one. Downtown Prince George is connected to the district energy system, connected to local sawmills. How is all of this zoning going to fit into this district energy system if there's no actual planning around whether actually the system can fulfill that or not. We would actually have to change the infrastructure in downtown Prince George at a massive cost because we've already spent all of this to move into this district energy system, and now we're not having any local decision making on how this is going to be planned. That simply doesn't make any sense. So there are parts of this bill dealing with short-term rentals and First Nations coordination agreements, and perhaps some of these steps could be positive if implemented right. So I would agree that First Nations should have a say in their own communities. But as been said by others, the bill also creates overlapping rules, 2 levels of authority, and the potential for conflicting requirements. So that's unclear, and the legislation may lead to some complications and challenges if that's the case. So homeowners, hosts, municipalities, First Nations, and enforcement agencies alike. We do support strong First Nations governance, but we also need clear lines and predictable rules, and I'm not sure if what's in this bill is going to meet that test. Another major issue, of course, is the underground infrastructure, and I've already used the example of the district heating system in downtown PG. But when you increase density on small residential lots, whether that's the duplexes or triplexes that we've talked about, you're not just adding the people, you're adding pressure on the water lines, sewer lines, storm drains, and utility connections. In many neighborhoods, especially in places like Prince George, these pipes are decades old, a lot of them from the 50s and 60s or even earlier. Many are at the end of their life, and the city now has a backlog to deal with that. Members in this House will likely remember the City of Calgary in 2024 had a major water line break, and had to basically limit the amount of water that could be used at households. Every municipality in Prince George of a significant size and age looked at that and said, that could be us. We have those same problems, whether that's in Surrey or Prince George or Vancouver. That's a real problem, and this bill is not taking that into account. We all know that BC has a housing crisis, but instead of working with communities, this government uses mandates, threats, and override legislation. Instead of fixing the ministries that hold up permits, instead of speeding up provincial environmental reviews, instead of addressing skyrocketing construction costs, and instead of investing in northern infrastructure and supporting municipalities with their needs, the government says, local councils, you do what we say or we'll do it for you. This is not the right approach. This is not partnership. Northern communities deserve respect and not these directives. So let me say this clearly. Prince George is not Vancouver. Our geography is different. Our transit is different. Our roads are different. Our weather is different, and our needs are different. Yet this bill treats every community the exact same way. Even Vancouver gets forced into the same parking rules and density rules, even though they have already far more supports transit and funding. If the NDP wanted to design a bill that perfectly ignored the realities of northern BC, I think this would be an example of what that could be. So what Conservatives are really standing for, we're standing for local decision making. We're standing for respecting communities, practical solutions for real people, housing choices, not housing mandates, supporting families, not squeezing them, keeping neighborhoods safe and functional, protecting emergency access and wildfire routes, ensuring people can park the vehicles that they rely on, and this bill undermines every single one of those principles. We need housing, but we need the right approach. I will vote against Bill 25 because it fails to balance housing needs with community realities. It ignores northern voices, it sidelines municipal governments, and takes away that local autonomy. We need housing, but let's build it the right way and not bulldoze over communities and their decision-making authority. The people of Prince George Mackenzie deserve better than this heavy-handed legislation, and that's why I will be saying no to Bill 25. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Abbotsford South.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a pleasure to have the freedom to be able to stand in this place and debate a bill. I rise today with a rather deep sense of responsibility, Madam Speaker. With regards to the people of my constituents, and especially to the local governments who have entrusted this House to uphold their voice to speak to Bill 25, the Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. Now, I get why this government is trying to fast-track housing. Everybody on this side of the House understands, everybody in the entire House actually, understands and agrees that we need more housing. I don't think there's an argument from this side of the House on that. It really comes down to, Madam Speaker, of do you really need to take a sledgehammer when you're trying to fix a watch? And that's basically what this bill does. It is using a sledgehammer to slam through legislation that really isn't needed. It really isn't. Now, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I was proud to have been elected as the mayor of Abbotsford, and then I got re-elected on council. I understand the differences of what municipal government needs versus provincial versus federal. And a lot of people have come to me and said, hey, I'm thinking of getting into politics. What do you think? And I said, well, actually the most rewarding in some ways is when you're in local government. The pay sucks. You'll be getting phone calls all times of the day, and people will stop you in the streets and complain about all kinds of things, the most common of which is usually dogs barking, by the way, or traffic. Sometimes my neighbor cut down a tree, and now I got to look in their backyard, and I hate that. You get those kinds of issues, but you're actually closest to the people. And how that relates to Bill 25 is this particular legislation is now going to remove that closeness that people have with their elected city government officials. Now, a lot of people at home don't understand, actually, that municipal governments are not actually an official form of government. They exist at the whim of the province. I was reminded that a couple of times when I was a mayor. But here's the problem with that kind of thinking. And this bill does exactly this. What this bill is going to do is take away that closeness that people have. You know, when people have a problem, quite often they phone the mayor or they phone their councillor. Oftentimes it's the wrong area of government. And I think all of the MLAs here have also received similar complaints where the complainants are actually coming into the wrong office. But what this bill is going to do is basically strip the rights of municipal officials. What's the point of even having them after this? Because you're going to take away the very thing that local municipalities and cities do. And as you have heard from some of my members of this House, there is a vast, vast difference between Watson Lake and here in Victoria. There's a big difference between Prince George and Kelowna and Ashcroft and Clinton and Princeton. They are not the same. There are areas of British Columbia that transit doesn't even exist. And you've heard about some of the concerns about parking. Now, Abbotsford is unique. We call ourselves a city in the country. Much of it is rural. It's farmland. We have some uplands. And I had the privilege when I was the mayor of actually being in a snowplow. And you've already heard from the members from Prince George that, you know what, during snow removal season, you cannot park a car on city streets.
And I was firsthand wondering whether or not the snowplow was going to put a new groove down the side of a Jaguar that was parked on the street in the uplands part, because Abbotsford actually is far enough away that we do get snow, and it comes down heavy. It may be raining here in Victoria, but Abbotsford is getting pounded with snow. The skill that those snowplow drivers have is extraordinary. And in some cities, what they do is you park on one side of the street on odd days and on the other side of the street in even days. And I remember having that discussion with the snowplow driver. So the question then is, how does this relate to Bill 25? You probably are thinking to yourself as you're about ready to say, member, get back to the bill. I saw it in your eyes. Even though you're wearing a mask, I did see it in your eyes. Well, the difference is that in Victoria, you know, what do they got? 4 snowplows? Might be more than that now. That was the ongoing thing, is, you know, when it snowed in Victoria, it was a state of emergency, because this particular region is not used to heavy bouts of snow. It's a rare occurrence. But if this bill then takes away the right of cities to say, you know what, we get enough snow, like Whistler, we get enough snow that you have to have off-street parking for your vehicle. This particular bill takes that away from a bureaucrat who may have lived in Victoria their entire life, wouldn't know what snow was like if it was 4 feet tall because they've never been to it. They cannot imagine how dangerous and miserable and cold it gets when snow starts coming in other regions. How can you imagine something you've never personally experienced? You've also heard about how certain regions worry about wildfire. And sometimes it is just not wise to have things sandwiched together. Because of that, when it goes, everything disappears. Fire is indiscriminate. And we think about here where we have the ability to hop on a SkyTrain or hop on a bus. At 40 below, hypothermia sets in real fast. Real fast. And in areas where it may be 2 or 3 blocks to get to transit, if it even exists, at 40 below, that could be the meaning between life and death. And how this relates to local governments, Madam Speaker, is they live it, they know it, and that's why we elect them, because what they experience in I know what, for instance, what it requires when the snows hit out on the Sumas prairies when the winds are blowing, and it can be 30 below with the wind chill factor. I've seen the freeway shut down. There's actually gates that shut down on the number 1 freeway between Abbotsford and Chilliwack because it becomes some of the most dangerous road in Canada. For someone here to understand that a bureaucrat in Victoria, how could we expect them to understand? Yet what this bill does, it's really kind of a Trojan horse. And I wonder to myself, is this really the beginning of the elimination of local governments? Because it sure as heck sounds like it. And quite frankly, I do not entrust this House to understand what is best for Prince George, Abbotsford, Clinton, Ashcroft, Kelowna, Penticton, Princeton, Nelson. It seems ridiculous when you start putting it out that one small area that's centralized can now ramrod through legislation to cities that are going, wait a minute, that does not work here. I'll give you another example. A very dear friend of mine was a garbage truck driver. To this day, he lives with the horror that a young child darted out between two cars, and he ended up running over that child. So if we're going to now park all of our cars on our streets, he quite often would come to me and say, look, this subdivision that you got planned over here, it's way too tight. I would have to back my garbage truck up and do these 5-point, 10-point turns. And I'm putting people at risk. I don't ever want to go through that again. It was not his fault. But safety to him is paramount. And we're now going to take existing cities and say, you know what? All this off-street parking that you've had doesn't matter anymore. Everything goes onto the street. It's out and out dangerous and it's reckless in some areas. This is why you have to allow local governments to decide what's best in their neighborhoods. I'll go on further. Abbotsford, I got elected after Abbotsford had a problem with water. What had happened, Madam Speaker, is one of the reservoirs dropped below 50%. Everybody was watering their lawns, everybody was taking extra long showers, and as soon as the reservoir drops below 50%, the engineers started screaming 911. And the reason for that, and heavy-duty water restrictions happened as a result, and the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is as soon as the reservoir dropped below 50% and it would not fill up over the evening, you're now at risk of fire. Because the engineers will tell you, we need to have enough of a reserve in case of a fire. And every major city, sadly, has learned this lesson the hard way. Even Vancouver, burnt to the ground in the early 1900s. The fire was so bad and the winds were driving it that the wheels on the buggies allegedly were on fire as they made it over into the inner harbor. And had there not been a few boats there, a lot more people would have perished. How that relates to this is we're now going to take and put dwellings on streets that have old infrastructure where the pipes are literally too small to supply the water. And local governments will have no ability to say, no, not in this neighborhood. This is not a good idea. Potentially, this province, this building could say, well, we don't really care. We're going to do it anyway because the needs of housing outweigh you guys just sort it out and you figure it out. And I don't see where it says this particular house is going to help the cities pay for the infrastructure that they're needed. And that's just the water coming in. What about the sewer on the way out? What about the electrical needs? What about the needs for schools, hospitals, parks, shopping, transit that could or could not get in and out on some of these streets that are designed to be narrow? There are so many details in here that are just a plain bad idea to have centralized power that this bill cannot be supported. And then I've heard in here that Part 2 of short-term rentals in here allows that all relevant sections of the Act are available to modern treaty nations that choose to enter into a coordination agreement. These agreements allow modern treaty nations to access tools in the Act to help them enforce their own short-term rental laws. Well, we now have this House has now said that, well, this seems to be creating two sets of rules. So if you are in some cities, you're not allowed to have short-term rentals at all. Yet if it's First Nations, now all of a sudden they can have short-term rentals. And that's fine if it works in those particular nations. I can see where it could be a huge advantage to them for tourism. But if that's okay in one area, why is it not okay somewhere else? It's not a good precedent. It just sets up for nothing but a fight. It's a bad idea, Madam Speaker. Now, UBCM municipalities have for years asked, they want collaboration, consultation, and resources. That sounds perfectly reasonable to me when I was a mayor. I hated coming here with my begging bowl, because that's what mayors are forced to do. We've all had it. We've all had our local governments come to us and with their begging bowl and say, hey, we please, we need infrastructure, we need money for this. Like, I know that the agricultural minister, I'm sure, has been approached by Abbotsford to help mitigate the floods. Because the cities can't pay for that on their own. Because we're talking multi-billions of dollars, and the Abbotsford budget is about 400 million. They can't afford to do that, nor can they afford to improve the dikes, because those are also way outside of their ability to do that. But rather than have the consultation, rather than listen to UBCM, this particular bill says, nope. Yet once again, we know best. The NDP government knows best. That's what they're saying. And they don't. They just simply do not. This is a Trojan horse, as I've said. This is a power grab, and it is being tone deaf to the people whose level of government who are closest to their electorate. It strips municipalities of their ability to design and build a city the way they wish, the way the people that live there wish. This is not democracy. This is totalitarianism. It is a dangerous, dangerous precedent. I believe that municipalities actually should have more power, not less. I believe that municipalities, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, there seems to be someone else who would like to speak right now. I'm sure they're more than welcome to stand up. I'll wait.
Continue, member.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, not every neighborhood has to be the same. Not every neighborhood has to fit within some squeaky little box and idea because this government can't figure out how to get the province building again. We're now at one of the worst building efforts ever, and it's been 9 years of failure from this government. And I get that they are trying desperately to pull some kind of rabbit out of a hat, but this is not a rabbit. This is a magic trick, but it's not a very good one. This is out and out dangerous. It strips local government, and if I was a taxpayer, if I was a citizen that voted, I would be furious that they have attempted to do this. You know, and if you think, and you know, quite often in this house we think we're important. You go ask the citizens who their mayor is, they'll probably be able to tell you. You ask them who their MLA is, they go, well, I don't know. We've all encountered it. Anybody in this house that thinks they're all that in a bag of chips, go into a school and you'll find, with Sam beside a mayor, you'll find out who the rock star is. It ain't us. And it's for a reason for that. There's a good reason for that. Mayors are considered to be a big deal because they're actually the closest to their own people. And they have to listen. To take away a public hearing, that's not a good idea. It's not a good plan. And the reason there are public hearings, Madam Speaker, let me give you an example. The reason you have a public hearing is because not every piece of property fits underneath the ideal place and location and necessarily follows. So let me give you an example, a real-life example that's going on in my riding right now of where this government thinks it knows best. And I presented a petition today, as a matter of fact. So there is a supportive housing proposal, which this neighborhood agrees, yes, we need supportive housing. Absolutely we do. But this government wants to play a shell game, say it's for seniors, because that's what was told, and put it literally across the street from a school, a middle school, where kids are at age, I think, as young as 11. Now, this particular piece of land is actually zoned P2, which is in institutional, even though it's been a park since the freeway took it over. And according to the city's bylaws, supportive housing is listed among the uses that must maintain a 200-meter minimum distance from sensitive areas such as a school. Now, there's been lots of discussion about whether or not you should have a liquor store across from a school or a cannabis store across from a school. That makes common sense. We don't want to do that. And so they've said that given the location of this particular one is directly from a school and less than 60 meters away from anything zoned P2, this would seem to indicate that the supportive housing on this property does not meet the separation requirements outlined in the city's current zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw requires a 200-meter distance separation from schools for supporting housing, and they want to know why this particular application was not rejected at its intake. Well, now when we look at Bill 25, we can understand why. You know, tisk, 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 you know. Governments having their own bylaws to protect their citizens, that just kind of gets in the way of what this government wants to ram down their throats. That is not consultation. That is not abiding by the wishes of a certain neighborhood. Now, this neighborhood will also say that they understand, first off, it's a park. They don't want to see their park taken away because this particular neighborhood, I believe it's the only park they have. But they would say, look, if you're going to take a park away, you know what really needs to go there? Would be supportive housing for mothers that want to get reunited with their kids, because the needs of mothers are different. And they found out after the fact, by the way, that there was going to be a drug use site in this particular drug consumption room, I think is the magic $25 word for basically a place to go do drugs. Right across from 11-year-olds. And we know, based on others, that it's going to spill out into the streets. But this location would be ideal for moms that want to reunite with their kids, because they need to be close to a school. That kind of property is tough to find close to a school. It needs to be close to transit. It's close to transit. It needs to be close to jobs. It's close to an industrial area where there are both clerical and factory-style jobs. So for some single moms wanting to get back up on their feet again, is perfect. Yet there is no consultation that has happened with this. And if we go through with this Bill 25, you can expect to have a lot more of that. It's totalitarianism. It's not consultation. It's the exact opposite of it. It is an affront to democracy. Not every neighborhood needs to be the same. And I believe you need to listen to the local elected officials who actually know their cities and their neighborhoods best. We've heard many reasons. Not all zones have the same weather. They have different problems and different risks. Not all areas of this province even have transit. To try and think that everything is like downtown Vancouver, which in some cases makes perfect sense to be lax on the parking. There's a couple of buildings, actually, a couple of high-rises in the West End that don't even have parking whatsoever. Hey, that works there. It's not going to work in Prince George, where a 6-block trip to a bus, if it exists, in the heat in the middle of winter at 40 below, you may not make it to 6 blocks. This is sheer insanity to try and put this one size, one idea, and shove it down every single corner of this province. This is a vast, beautiful province. We have deserts in one area, rainforests in another. We have mountainous areas. We have agricultural areas. We have high plains grass meadows. We have beautiful waterfront and islands. It is not anywhere near the same. So why, in God's name, are we trying to push this one-size-fits-all, bad thought-out idea onto every corner of a province that doesn't even resemble one another from an area that I bet you has not even traveled most of this province? Madam Speaker, I cannot support this particular bill. It is reckless. It's government version of bullying. And as I've said, it's undemocratic and it borders on totalitarianism. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to this House having for once some common sense and voting this down. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's wonderful to be back in the House after a couple of weeks back in our constituencies with all MLAs here. I know when we're away from this place, it doesn't take long to miss it. So it's nice to be back, I have to say. Madam Speaker, I want to paint a bit of a different picture here with Bill 25. And this is going to be from the lens of the communities which I represent, which are a long ways from here and have their own unique issues, which this legislation does not directly address. And I want to highlight some of those here today, Madam Speaker, if you would indulge me. Madam Speaker, we are in a housing crisis. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that reality. There's a solution to that. We need to build as much housing as we possibly can, as fast as we can. A wartime effort to build housing. And we're kind of doing these little piecemeal-y things that aren't really addressing the root of the issue. And I would much rather be debating something that's as, I don't even know how to describe it, as pressing, I suppose, as the situation which we're faced with. I would love to have that debate and to work together on how we can really address the root issue of our housing crisis we face in this province. But we're here looking at a piece of legislation which is essentially designed for the Lower Mainland and certainly doesn't work for the communities I'm so fortunate to represent here in Victoria in the East Kootenay, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to lay that out in detail for you. Madam Speaker, in a community like Revelstoke, or Revelstoke specifically, it is really hard to find a single detached home for less than $1 million. And you ain't getting much for that. And so this is what the housing crisis looks like in a community like Revelstoke. Golden, Invermere, Radium Hot Springs, Kimberley, not much less than that. So when you have an elderly couple that has to downsize. They're not able to perhaps look after a 3-bedroom home with stairs any longer, and they are looking to move into something smaller. They're squeezed out of the market in communities in Columbia River, Revelstoke. This is a serious issue. They sell their family home, but there's nothing available for them to purchase thereafter. It is a serious issue in my riding. Now, it's a problem, Madam Speaker, and it's because I do, and my constituents do, live in, I'm sorry to offend any other members in the House here, the most beautiful region of the province. And it's always an open invitation, of course, for my colleagues. I'd love to see some more government officials in Columbia River, Revelstoke, because you'd fall in love with it. Madam Speaker, the geography in Columbia River, Revelstoke is as follows. And I'm painting this picture because it's really important for the context of what I'm going to be addressing here related to Bill 25. Again, we're a hub in Columbia River, Revelstoke. Revelstoke Mountain Resort, Kicking Horse, Panorama, Kimberley Alpine Resort, the backcountry skiing opportunities, the heli skiing, the cat skiing, the snowmobiling, bring in hundreds of millions of dollars. Billions when you're looking at indirect support in my communities I represent. In the winter, it's because it's very simple. We get these huge blasts of warm Pacific air, and we're nudged up against the Alberta border. So what do you get? That sheer cold, and when they meet, literally, Madam Speaker, remember when you were a kid and you used to cut out those snowflakes in kindergarten and grade 1? That's literally how the snow falls out of the sky when those storms hit. The flakes are like sheets of paper. Invermere is our driest community, 100 centimeters of snow annually, 1 meter. Golden is next at 200 centimeters of snow annually. Followed by Kimberley, 315 centimeters of snow annually. And the grand prize winner, Madam Speaker, is Revelstoke at 635 centimeters of snow annually. When you're in Kimberley and Revelstoke and it snows 25 or 30 centimeters, that's when it usually starts picking up. This is the reality. Madam Speaker, we don't plow our streets with a dump truck with the blade in between the front and the rear axles. We plow our streets with graders, big ones. And so when I compare that to Vancouver, and just to put it in context, Madam Speaker, Revelstoke, 635 centimeters of snow. I'm 193 centimeters tall, and I'm a rather large individual. So it puts it into perspective. Over three times me. Vancouver gets a whopping 38 centimeters of snow every year. Victoria, 25 centimeters every year. So again, for comparison, Kimberley gets 10 times what Vancouver does. Now, what I'm getting to here, Madam Speaker, is this idea of eliminating, and I always try to understand the thinking of the government when they're introducing legislation, regulation, and things, and I get it. They want to maximize the use of the land for structures to build on. I get that, especially here in cities like Victoria, or even more so in the Lower Mainland, where real estate is at a premium, right? We're talking about square inches on a lot that could be utilized for things. But in communities in Columbia River, Revelstoke, that get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meters of snow every year, the ability to not be able to park on your property and having to park on the street is a recipe for absolute disaster. It bothers me because those people in our communities who are plowing our roads, and it's really difficult because they have limited resources, but they work their tail off 24/7 after big dumps of snow to clear the streets because you can't go anywhere, literally. But unfortunately, you know, people grumble about that in the community. I understand that. Getting on things like Facebook, you know, the local cork boards. Where's the grader driver? Haven't seen him. I can't get out of my driveway. The windrow is so big. What do you think this legislation is going to do when everybody in new builds is parked on the street? It is going to be an absolute disaster. And I firmly believe that that wasn't considered here whatsoever. And as I was asked to speak to this bill and thinking about it, I'm going to call my local municipal leaders to see what kind of consultation they had on this. Because it's pretty darn clear that this bill is kind of disconnected from reality in communities in Columbia River, Revelstoke. Why the war on vehicles, province-wide, Madam Speaker? My colleague from Prince George Mackenzie laid it out really well. What are we doing for communities where people rely on their wheels? Again, tradespeople. They have, at minimum, often one-ton trucks with the tool storage on the back. They take up room, right? You get all these people parked on the street, and you get 45 centimeters of snow, and the grader operators having to weave around people. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. And it's going to create discontent in the communities, pointed in the wrong direction. Because the municipality is going to, their phone's going to be ringing off the hook. This wasn't their decision. So why does this government insist on creating one-size-fits-all legislation? Here we go again. I can't believe some of the clauses in here.
Member?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I'll ask you to reserve your place and move adjournment of the debate.
Happy to reserve my right to continue the next sitting, and I would adjourn the debate for now, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion to adjourn the debate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Members, earlier today during private members' time, a division was requested on second reading of Bill number M216, the Professional Reliance Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 25, the deferred division will take place now.
Members, question is the second reading of Bill number M216, Professional Alliance Act, pursuant to what we have during our standing vote. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Madam Clerk will connect with members participating online. Please keep your audio on. Madam Clerk.
Minister Bear. I vote aye. MLA Chapman.
I vote nay.
Minister Green.
I vote aye.
Minister Lohr.
I vote aye.
MLA Van Popta.
I vote nay.
Madam Clerk.
Those voting aye: Lohr, G. Anderson, Blatherwick, Rutledge, Chant, Toporowski, B. Anderson, Neil, Osborne, Brar, Krieger, Davidson, Parmar, Sunner, Bear, Chandra, Herbert, Wickens, Kang, Sandhu, Begg, Higginson, Phillip, Lajeunesse, Choi, Rochford, Elmore, Morissette, Popham, Dix, Sharma, Farnworth, Evie, Bailey, Callon, Green, Whiteside, Boyle, Ma, Young, Malcolmson, Gibson, Glumac, Aurora, Shaw, Chow, Deer, and Bolt B47. Those voting nay: Wilson, Kindy, Millibar, Warbus, Banman, Watt, Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, L. Neufeld, Van Popta, Dew, Clare, K. Neufeld, Bangu, Payton, Gaspard, Chan, Tour, Hepner, Giddens, Rattay, Davis, McGinnis, Bird, McCall, Stamer, Day, Tepper, Mock, Chapman, Maz, Williams, Lowen, Dhaliwal, Dirksen, Luck, Block, Valeriet, Botterill, Brody, Armstrong, Keeley, and Sturko, 44.
Motion carried. Government House Leader, host committee stage.
Read this.
Oh, the other one? Yes, yes, okay. This one.
Just this part here.
Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 84A, subsection 1, Bill number 216 stands committed to the Select Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Bills. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 31 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.